And Christos Soumia now gets going on Dilawar. National Service still just about out in front as Johan's dropped away. National Service, we know. And on the outside there is Dilawar. Dilawar takes up the running with 100 metres to go from Now We Know in second position. Battles on for third, but it's Dilawar out in front. Now We Know will get second.
As Dubai Future powers into the lead inside the final furlong and a half and has gone 3 lengths clear from Cadillac, then Aristia and Certain Lad, and then Harovian who's staying on past West End Charmer, but Dubai Future's clear inside the final furlong and will be a decisive winner of the Wolferton Stakes. It's Dubai Future from Cadillac.
Insinuendo, who's delivering a run on the outside, giving best as Asta Dash, and it's Insinuendo drawing level and getting the better of April Showers. It's Insinuendo complementing a cracking run here on Derby weekend, winning the Kilboy Estate for Billy McCreary.
King David kommer, favoritten har opp i føring nå. King David her ser meget god ut. Nummer 5, King David, har fått denne føringen til nummer 11, Wallen, som ikke gir seg. Matchmaker er 2, men det blir dansk seier. Nummer 5, King David vinner løpet foran en meget godt avsluttende.
Inside the final half furlong, Aspetar, and on the far side, Manicore now just ahead in front as they race up close home. Manicore just wins it.
Monty now comes with a challenge. Rio Corvo is picking up, and Future History. Seelyway still has quite a few to pass here as they go up towards the line, and it's Monty out in front from Rio Corvo in second. Rio Corvo. Monty gets it. Rio Corvo second.
It's Passion and Glory who has the lead with another half furlong to go. Passion and Glory by a length and a half. Regal Reality tries to close, but it's Passion and Glory who wins the Gala Stakes.
Pensiero Demora, Stefano Cerci has taken it up. Lord Rapscallion is in second place. Diodar behind those in third and not going to win this as they race towards the line. Pensiero Demora in front by a neck or so and trying to hold on, and he does just.
Rio Corvo is challenging on the outside. Emblem Road, the favourite, under pressure. Staying into third there is Sanduro, followed by Cortez. But it's Rio Corvo and Gerard Mosse who takes up the running inside the final couple of 100 metres and is sprinting home. Rio Corvo wins the Group 3 Grand Prix de Vichy.
They're heading down to the final furlong now, and as they do so, Peter the Great is passed by Cadillac, but here comes Royal Fleet and also Rousset trying to find room through. Royal Fleet in the blue jacket nearest to us, Cadillac the green sleeves, the red sleeves of Rousset. It's Royal Fleet and William Buick who've just emerged in front.
And they're off in the Bahrain International Trophy. Royal Juniors for France!
Sixia held on!
Lord Glitters, the Globetrotter has got there!
Another stellar lineup for the 4th edition of the Bahrain International Trophy. A very warm welcome to the Bahrain Turf Club alongside Ali Vance and Tom Stanley, and with you for the duration of the afternoon here, and the racing culminating in a terrific running of the Bahrain International. 10 runners going to post representing 5 countries. Ali, first of all, around whom do you think today does this race revolve?
Well, it is wonderful to be here. It's a balmy but still day here in down at the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club. In terms of the key horse in the race, I think you can't look beyond Magnicore. Third in the race last year by less than a length to Lord Glitters in a sort of fast finish. He, of course, remember he came third in the Dubai World Cup 2 years ago. A really classy horse. He's had the summer off. He had a prep race winning a listed race at Chantilly recently. And I think Andre Faber's coming here to set the record straight.
He is one of 4 horses of the 10-strong field that represent His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation, lending big support to this race this year across 3 different trainers. But, Tom, we've got representation from not just the Gulf States, but from throughout Europe, and some newcomers to the party as well. Tell us more.
Well, I think if I had to choose one horse I'd like to see win the race from a story perspective and who would serve the race really well internationally, and it is the Bahrain International, that would be King David from Scandinavia. Niels Petersen and his team have been out here for some time now, since last weekend. They've got a couple of horses they're bringing out to the series itself, which they specifically targeted, and I'd love to see them rewarded for that. King David, I think, would be a hugely popular winner and a welcome winner for the race.
Some of the world's finest riders here, multiple French champions, Gerard Mosset, Olivier Pellier, Frankie Dettori, as always, taking a ride in the Bahrain International. For the great local trainer, Fawzi Nas, horse called Diloar. Tell me a bit more about him.
Yeah, he would be a horse that would be in my top three, Magnicor Diloar, because he's a horse that's been here since October. So he was bought for €500,000 from Henri Francis Graffard. He'd been running in group races this summer with that trainer in France, bought in October. So he's had the time here to acclimatise a little bit more than the international horses who've only been here for 10 days or so. I think that will serve him well. He's going to be ridden by Frankie Dettori, coming in to ride for Fawzi Nas, who's multiple champion trainer here. He's had winners in Dubai, he's had winners around the world. Owned by Victorious Racing, so the same colours as Sincere. So I feel like all of the stars are aligning for this horse, Diloar.
Okay, let's then figure out exactly how we're going to play this race. Tom, your top three.
My top three, Charlie Appleby knows how to win races internationally, doesn't he? We've learned that over the last decade or so. For me, I'd say Royal Fleet will come out on top. I think this has been the target for some time. Insinuendo, another European runner, Irish runner. She's got some excellent form in the book since her reappearance sort of midway through the year, having had a little bit of a break. She ran over 1.5 miles last time, has the hood on. I think a drop back to 10 will really suit. And I think Passion and Glory will go really well too. I was quite struck by him physically earlier on this week. Lovely looking horse, and I know he's 6 now, but I think he has more to offer this year. That's my 1, 2, 3. Yeah,
Passion and Glory is trained by Saeed Bin Surah. I'm going for a Saeed Bin Surah exacta, Passion and Glory and Dubai Future to finish first and second. I'm not sure which order, but I think Passion and Glory might be the more interesting. Insinuendo is my pick to finish in the 3 in third. Ali, just reprise for me your 1, 2, 3.
Magnicor, the obvious one. Diloar for the local trainer Fawzi Nas. And Monty, trained by Andreas Schultz, but in France, been running in the group races in France. Last seen finishing second to Adayeb at Longchamp in a Group 2.
But our expertise here is well and truly outflanked by the man who will be calling the races today, including the 4th edition of the Bahrain International Trophy. He's right up there. He's Mark Johnson.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. It is a very, very competitive race, and as we already heard from the guys, there's many ways to go, but I think that key exit race is this race 12 months ago. Magnicor slightly squeezed up between the first 2 home in the final 50 metres. Could have even gone closer to Lord Glitters if he'd got a clear run through the final part of the home straight. I think Magnicor can win for Michael Barcelona and for André Fabre. I do believe that in second place we could easily have the Scandinavian horse running a huge race as well, and therefore I'm going to use King David in second on my ticket. And the other horse who comes out of last year's race and was a little disappointing in the race was Dubai Future. Now, he, I think, is coming into this year's renewal in better form than he did then. He's gone on to win the Wolverton at Royal Ascot, and I think he could be another major player in this race for Godolphin. But for me, it will be Magnicor to win the 4th running of the Bahrain International. Now let's take a look at the field for the 4th running of the Bahrain International Trophy. They're going to post the winners of 57 races. Number 1 is Diloar, trained locally by Fawzi Nas. He's making his debut for the stable, and Frankie Dettori has the call on this 4 times winner in France. Number 2 is Dubai Future, 8th in this race 12 months ago, but a winner this year at Royal Ascot. Danny Tudhope will take the ride for trainer Saeed Bin Surah. Number 3 is King David, ridden by Oliver Wilson and trained in Scandinavia by Niels Petersen. He bids for a 5th straight win. King David looks to be the first winner from Scandinavia of this race. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is last year's 3rd, Magnicor, trained by André Fabre and ridden by Michael Barcelona. He's now won 8 of his 19 career starts. Number 6 is Monty. He can often be a little difficult in the prelims. He'll go to post little ahead of the others. Gerald Mossey will have the ride, and the trainer is Andreas Schultz. Number 7 is Passion and Glory, a 6 times winner, including the Gala Stakes at Sandown this year. Richard Kingscott, the Derby-winning jockey, takes the ride for trainer Syed bin Sarur. Number 8 is Pensiero d'Amore, a new addition to the yard of Mohammed Hassan, another locally trained runner, will be ridden by Alberto Sanna. And number 9 is Ria Corvo, ridden by the Butterfly, Olivier Pellier. He rides for Carlos Lafont Parias, Rio Corvo's biggest win to date, a win in the Grand Prix de Vichy this summer. And number 10 is Royal Fleet, trained by the all-conquering Charlie Appleby. William Buick comes in for the ride. Number 11 is a non-runner. Number 12 is the only mare in the field and representing Ireland. That is Insinuendo, ridden by Sheen Orr. The trainer is Willie McCreary. And so let's take a look at what is coming up at the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club, and first of all look at the going conditions. The going today is good and good to firm in places, and we'll be using the outer course for the first time this season. This particular strip of ground hasn't been used since April of the end of last season. 8 races. We start off with the purebred Arabian race, which is run over the round 1200 metres. That is a maiden, and it's drawn a field of 9 to go to post. Number 2 is the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. That has scratched down now to only a field of 3. We'll give you the non-runners in a few moments' time. We then move on to a local bred handicap that's run over 2200 metres, and then back to a sprint, but this time on the straight course for race number 4. That is for the BAPCO Cup. We also then have another sprint over the straight 1000 metres for race 5. Then our longest race of the day is over 1.5 miles. The start right in front of the stands. That's for the BATELCO Cup race 6. Race number 7 is one of the best undercard races on the card, and a decent field going to post there. Lots of strength in depth in that particular race over 1600 metres or a mile. And then the big race itself, the Group 3 Bahrain International Trophy, run over 2000 metres or a mile at a quarter. And these do not go. They all go in race 1, but race 2 is scratched down now to a 3-horse field. We're going to take out number 2 Aslan and number 3 Hajir. Both of those are extremely significant scratches. They could easily have been the 2 who might well have fought out the finish. And from the big race itself, the Bahrain International Trophy, race number 8, scratched the 4 Litigator and the 11 Al Flayla. And so we move on to race number 1, which is the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. It is a maiden race for purebred Arabian horses, and this is run over 1200 metres or 6 furlongs on the round course. Number 1 is El Jalabi, who will be ridden by Marcialis Juarez. Number 2 is Al Shawaf, the mount of Adnan Jaffa. Number 3 is Al Saklawi, the mount of Hussein Hasgar, and he's an apprentice and he claims the 3 kilograms. Number 4 is Krayan 1840, the mount of Hassan Al Safa. Number 5 is Krayan 1843, the mount of Hassan Ali. Number 6 is Kuhailan Zoreya, the mount of Abdullah Al Hawaj. Number 7, another of the newcomers in the field. This is Loshan, who is the mount of Hussein Maki. Number 8 is one of the 2 mares in the field. That is Al Krush, the mount of Abdullah Faisal. And number 9, the second of the mares, is Al Saklawea, the mount of Ibrahim Nada.
ليتي عندك مطروح؟ رياضة؟ المهم محمد
So the horses in the parade ring for our opening race of the afternoon, the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. This one for the Arabian horses and for maidens. So we have 9 runners, 5 of them making their debut. Horse number 2 is Al Shwaf, a horse that has had some experience and is one of 3 runners in the race for trainer Yusuf Al Boanain, and Al Shwaf will be ridden by Adnan Jaffer. Horse number 9, Al Saklaway, another one for Yusuf Al Boanain, and this one going to be ridden by Ibrahim Nada, leading jockey in Bahrain this season, 9 wins to his name, and this one's had a couple of runs, finishing down the field, but hopeful of a better run today for number 9, Al Saklaway. Horse number 8, another bay here, is Al Crush. Jaffer Marzouk trains this for Abdullah Faisal, who was second in the Jockeys Championship last season. And this one has plenty of experience, last seen finishing back in March, finishing 5th over the 1,000 metres. Horse number 1 is Al Jalabi. Marcalis Juris takes the ride on this one, and a horse that had 2 runs last season in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing. Number 1, Al Jalabi. Horse number 3 is Al Saklawi, and a horse that is making his racecourse debut, trained by Yusuf Al Boanain and going to be ridden by Hussein Al Saga, who will be taking £3 off this one. So Al Saklawi is horse number 3. Horse number 4 is Crayon 1840, another debutant, owned and bred by the Al Ruda stud. Hussein Al Dalami trains this, and Hassan Al Safa will be riding horse number 4, Crayon 1840. Horse number 7, Chestnuts, will be in the colours of Victorious Racing, Molshan 1865. Yusuf Taha, the trainer. Hussein Maki, top jockey out here, will be taking the ride on number 7, Molshan. Horse number 5, Crayon 1843, in the colours of Victorious Racing. Yusuf Taha, this one another one for him. He's got 3 in the race. The trainer, Yusuf Taha. Hassan Ali is the jockey on horse number 5, Crayon 1843. How are you? Horse number 6, Kuhailan Umzareya. Victorious Racing horse. Yusuf Taha trains this one. Abdullah Al Hawaj rides horse number 6, Kuhailan Umzareya, making his racecourse debut.
Several of the riders now are in the saddle. At the moment, a slight delay as a couple of the runners are being resaddled in the parade ring. Looks though the tack on number 5, Crayon 1843, and number 6, Cahalan Zarea, was put on the wrong horses, so the horses are currently being resaddled. That's just about being completed, and now the first of the 9 purebred Arabians making their way out onto the course for the Bahrain Economic Development Cup, run over the round 1200 metres. Well, the first ones to go to the start in the white with the purple chevron, the purple cap, is Crayon 1840, one of the 5 debutants, the mount of Hassan Al Safa, being accompanied to the starting point by the green with the white sleeves, green cap of Al Krush, number 8, and Abdullah Faisal. Number 1 is Al Jalabi, Marcial Suarez aboard Al Jalabi, number 1 in the red with the gold braid white sleeves. Group of 3 making their way down the side of the course. The red and white striped cap belongs to Mlolshan, number 7 with Hussein Maki. The red with the white striped sleeves and white cap is Crayon 1843 and Hassan Ali. And the grey with the white sleeves and the grey cap for number 9 on the card, which is the mare Al Saklawiya, the mount of Ibrahim Nada. Start for this race is about 2/3 of the way down the back straight, and the post time is in 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mark. There they are on their way down to the start then. Now, these are young horses, certainly for this division. We tend to see that these locally bred Arabian horses will really improve with time and age. They're all 4 and 5 years old. They've got very little experience between them. And that, I think, is why some of them are just fresh and well, just getting used to this, for some of them, first experience of a race under rules. So certainly El Jalabi was proving a little bit tricky. We saw the most brilliant bit of horsemanship in the paddock. As can happen, a horse will get loose, and an individual reached out and grabbed the lead rein of the horse as he just run free from his groom and caught him straight away. So that was excellent to see. Very brave, very clever, and a great bit of horsemanship to stop that horse running loose in the paddock. So that was excellent. I think it may have been Crush as well, who's just circling at the top of shot there, possibly. And I think he just wants a bit of company to make his way down. But he'll be heading down very shortly. Ali Vance is alongside me. And Ali, a few of these just showing its sort of first day at school stuff for some of them a little bit.
Yeah, 9 runners in this, and 5 of them rather making their debuts, so first time on the race course. But they train here as well, so they're not strangers to the race course, but often it then makes them, I have noticed that perhaps then they're a little bit more highly strung because they usually come out here and train. So yeah, they're enjoying life as they make their way down. It's 6 furlongs or 1200 meters, but on the bend this, so they're starting right at the far end of the race course. So right, they've got a long way to get down to the start. This race course modelled on Ascot, so it's the same shape, the sort of triangle. Yeah. So they're starting right down in Swinley Bottom, almost.
Absolutely. And they'll have to, you know, they go into a bend soon enough, so they'll have to sort of you know, depending on where the jockeys want to find themselves, they'll have to manoeuvre themselves into that position pretty quickly. And I suppose, again, as a few of these are making their debut, they may find it's not all that easy necessarily to get them exactly where they want to be. I suppose that, you know, the likes of Adnan Jafar and Abdullah Faisal, on horses who have experience, that may stand them in pretty good stead, on horses that have experience, just to get an early position if they want it.
Yeah, they're using the outer track today, so the bend's a little bit more sympathetic, obviously going a bit wider around. But of the ones that have had experience, I think we're looking at Al Saklawi, horse number 9, Ibrahim Nada, and Al Crush, horse number 8 for Abdullah Faisal. These two jockeys are very much the best jockeys, the Bahraini jockeys, and Abdullah Faisal, he finished second to Neil Callan in the Jockeys Championship last year. Ibrahim Nada, he's the leading jockey in Bahrain at the moment, 7 wins this season. So those two very experienced, and particularly experienced also riding these Arabians. Yeah,
I mean, Ibrahim is a name that I've become pretty au fait with in the time I've spent out here, and you spent a good bit of time out here, and as you say, those two right at the top of their game and some of the most experienced out here. That is Al Saklawi. Yeah, there is Ibrahim on Al Saklawi heading down, who, as you say, has a couple of starts to his name. So too El Jalabi, who was sort of belying the fact that he's got experience. He did look particularly tricky on the way down, but that doesn't mean he will be in the race necessarily. This, I guess, is you know, for all they're used to the track, atmosphere-wise, this is going to be a bigger occasion than they're used to.
Yeah, and it's hot. I mean, it's sort of 31, 32 degrees. They probably aren't used to coming out and training at this time of day, so don't be surprised if they're looking a bit sweaty by the time they get all the way down to that start there. There's not much wind, which is unusual for this race course. I'm sure it's going to pick up by the time it gets to the International Trophy, but it's often a good headwind where it doesn't seem to be today. But I think that's in your picture. That's Al Jalabi, horse number 1. Michaelis Juras, he's doing a fantastic job trying to get the horse down there. He's been based out in Bahrain for a number of years. Al Jalabi in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing, which international viewers will be quite familiar with. A number of horses over in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. A real presence over there, and Royal Meeting winners as well for them, and a good few horses out here. You've got 3 horses in the victorious colours. Yusuf Albanane is well represented here as well. He's got 3 horses. His 3 riders, Adnan Jafar and Hussein Asghar, claiming 3, and also Ibrahim Nada as well. As far as the draw goes, I think no bad thing that Crush is coming out of 1 because the horse has experience. I'd say going into that bend soon enough, if you're coming out of 1 and don't have experience and you missed it, that could be trouble. But I think, you know, Abdullah Faisal, he's got plenty of experience. I wonder if he'll want to ensure he gets off to a pretty handy start on this horse.
Yeah, and he's alongside Al Saklawi, who is coming out of stall number 2. So those two, the horses with a bit of experience, you know, they're next door to each other, and yeah, those two look the obvious ones. A word for one debutant, Molshan, trained by Yusuf Taha. Hussein Maki is another leading jockey out here. He's the sort of the selection for the debutants, so perhaps he's the danger, and he's actually coming out of 3 as well. So we have unshipped, or they're walking down horse number 1, Al Jalabi, who is not too keen on getting down to the start. So Michaelis Juras dismounted, and they're leading him down.
I think Michaelis thought, I'm not necessarily helping matters in the saddle, so we'll lead into the start. Whether or not Michaelis hops in the stalls on his own and then gets on board in the stalls remains to be seen. That may well be the case. I don't think any are loaded in at this stage, or not from what I can see, which is probably no bad thing, because certainly with these newcomers, you wouldn't want them to be in the stalls for a long period of time, while some others just mess about a little bit out the back and keep them in there for too long. So I think once this horse, Al Jalabi, joins up with them properly, and they'll put that white band across the back of them, then the loading process will probably start to ensure that they're all in the right place to get them in, and none of them are in for too long. So I think we're not too far away. As Ali said, keep an eye out for the newcomers for Molshan and Al Saklawi from the one with experience, Ali?
Yeah, Al Saklawi and Al Crush as well. So the 3 at the bottom there, I would be watching out, which are coming out of stalls 1, 2 and 3.
Okay, Mark, all yours for the opener.
Runners moving into line for the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. Just to reiterate, 5 of these doing this for the first time in the afternoon. Al Crush, number 8, the horse who's got the strongest previous racecourse form, having run really well in huge field races the last couple of times when finishing 5th over 1200 and then over 1,000 metres. Al Jalabi still dismounted behind the stalls as Crayon 1840 just backs away. And rearing up in the stalls is Al Shawaf. It's been held by one of the gate crew at the moment, Al Shawaf, as Crayon 1840 and Hassan Al Safa move forward into stall number 7. Already in the stalls, Lolshan in gate 3. In the outside post is Kuhalan Zarea, draw 9 of 9. They've just put in Al Shawaf, the rider of Al Jalabi, Marciala Suarez, getting into the framework of the gate to get aboard. Al Jalabi, his mount tailed off in a couple of races so far and wears a tongue tie for the 2nd time today. The mare Al Saklawiya is still out of line, and there's now 2 back. Al Saklawiya drawn in stall 2, and Al Jalabi will go into stall number 4. Al Shawaf still being held by one of the gate crew as Al Saklawiya goes in, and Al Jalabi will complete the line. Marcialis Juarez gets aboard for the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. The Pure Arabians are in the gate. Marcialis Juarez just settles now in gate 4 on Al Jalabi in the gate. And they're off. They race over the round 1,200 metres. Very slow to begin was Crayon 1840 and is running very greenly at the back of the field. Towards the inside, Al Crush shows early speed. Al Jalabi on that one's outside. And between horses is Al Saklawiya. They're then being followed by Al Shawaf, who's towards the outside and will be 4 wide as they go into the first turn. Against the inside rail is Lolshan, who is racing in 5th position and making ground. Next is Al Saklawi, who's racing just in advance of Crayon 1843. The slow starting Crayon 1840 has passed 1 as they begin to make the run now back towards halfway. The back marker is Kuhalan Zarea. That horse is currently around about 7 lengths off the leader, who is Al Crush, as they race down inside the final 500. Al Crush now quickens up to Al Saklawi, giving chase in 2nd. Al Shawaf down the outside is in 3rd. Very wide trying to pick up is Al Saklawi, and they're racing down now towards the final 300. It is Al Crush and Abdullah Faisal. They're out in front, but now being reeled in by Al Saklawi and Hussein Asghar down the wide outside, and it's the debutant Al Saklawi who has quickened up the best. And inside the final 100, it is Al Saklawi coming clear to win on racecourse debut. Al Saklawi in front. Al Crush was in 2nd, close call 3rd. Al Shawaf stayed on towards the near side, and over on the far side was Lolshan.
3, 8 and a photograph for 3rd place, but it looks like 2 Al Shawaf has got up for 3rd, but it is victory for the first-time starter, Al Saklawi. Hussein Asghar Yusuf Albanian, owned by Al Rifa, bred by the Al Ruda stud, and this colt coming with a good-looking run down the centre of the track. The feature of this race was a very steady early pace, even by the standards of a purebred Arabian race. For 6 furlongs, they really didn't pick it up until they turned for home, and that meant that Al Crush, the 8, the mare, really had the run of the race and had an inbuilt advantage from a long way out under Abdullah Faisal, the green colours, and had a big break on the rest of the field, but reckoned without the class of the newcomer Al Saklawi that has won this Bahrain Economic Development Cup in pretty good style in the end, drawing right away. As Mark said in the call, it was close for third, but 2 Al Shawaf was the fastest finisher and was probably not seen to best advantage by the way in which this race was run, and may well be seen to better effect perhaps in a more strongly run race or indeed over further. But first-time start has done this incredibly convincingly. Al Saklawi is the winner of the opening race, the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. 3 beats 8.
And here is the unofficial result of race 1. First, number 3, Al Saklawi. Second, number 8, Al Kresh. Third, number 2, Al Shawaf. The fourth horse was 7, Lolshan. 3, 8, 2 and 7 were the numbers. The distances 3 3/4 lengths and 4 3/4 lengths, 3 3/4 lengths and 4 3/4 lengths. Run time of the winning horse, 1 minute 27.48 seconds, 1:27.48. An official winner of race 1 is horse number Thlawi.
So a warm round of applause, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner of our opening race here today on Bahrain International Trophy Day. In the scorching heat, Al Saklawi has burned his way up the middle of the track to take the Bahrain Economic Development Cup on his racecourse debut. Congratulate the breeders Al Ruda Stud, the owners Al Rifa, the trainer Yusuf Aboanian, and the rider Hussein Asgar. Al Saklawi, the winner of the opening race. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the trophy presentation after our first race. Welcome to the trophy podium, Linda Janahi, the Executive Director of Corporate Services at the Economic Development Centre here in Bahrain, and presenting the trophy to the winning trainer, Yusuf Al-Bouani. And congratulations to all concerned with the winning horse, Al Saklawi.
Well, a quick word with the winning trainer, Yusuf Al-Bouani. Well done. Tell me about this horse.
A new horse. He ran very well, and I think maybe he have improved after this race. And I think maybe he's good horses.
Young horse, young Arabian horse. He'll still grow up a bit, and he's got a lot of growing to do.
Yeah, sure. First race for him, and he knows win easy, and I think maybe second race he well done. He won very nice race.
Is he easy to train or difficult to train?
No, he's easy. It's easy for Arabian horses. Very easy.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant. Well done. Okay, thank you.
Race 1 is now official. Here's the full result of Race 1, the Bahrain Economic Development Cup, the 1200-metre purebred Arabian maiden race. First, number 3, Al Saklawi. Second, number 8, Al Crush. Third was number 2, Al Shawaf. 3, 8 and 2. Race 1, now official.
We're an island. We've been a trading nation for centuries.
There's a strange feeling the minute we land into Bahrain. And honestly, it's the feeling of openness that makes everybody comfortable.
The environment in the Kingdom of Bahrain is one conducive to investors from around the world.
Business based in Bahrain is likely to be more profitable than a business based elsewhere.
We have a world-class infrastructure, a great geographical location.
You can process and clear your goods much quicker. From efficiency point of view, we tick all the right boxes.
Come to Bahrain and use it as a regional hub to take your product to the next level.
We have low operating costs, zero corporate tax, and we allow for more businesses to have 100% foreign ownership.
Bahrain is a perfect landing point for us as we continue to work across the region and really delight our customers.
Bahrain is not afraid to take the lead in terms of regulation and initiatives.
When companies look to set up in Bahrain, there's someone to help them, and that's where the Team Bahrain comes about.
We have ministers that are accessible within a phone call.
You get the OKs much faster than anywhere else in the Middle East.
We found a country where things could move very quickly. No red tape.
People of this country are its secret weapon. Capital is available everywhere in the world. Technology is mobile. But people really are the differentiating factor.
50% of the workforce in a lot of organizations are women.
One of our national objectives is to empower the private sector by upskilling our Bahraini people and by making them the employee of choice.
I finally stumbled across a place where you're able to pursue your job and still have very healthy work-life balance.
Bahrain, until now, was our best kept secret. This is the place to be. This is the place to live, and this is the place to do business.
You have to come visit Bahrain to really understand the friendliness of the people and the friendliness of the location to do business.
Moving now on to race 2, the first of our races for thoroughbreds. Race 2 is the Bahrain Economic Development Cup for local breds. This is a handicap run over 1,800 metres or a mile and a furlong. This race is scratched down to 3 runners. Here are the runners. Number 1 is Living Art, who's going to be mounted in the pre-parade ring, going to go directly to the start. The mount of Stefan Lajad. Scratch the 2, Aslan. Scratch the 3, Hajia. Number 4 is Shawash. Shawash is ridden by Edison Rodriguez. Number 5 is Lahoug, who's the mount of Marcialis Juarez. And there's an overweight for number 5, Lahoug, plus 2 kilograms. Number 5, Lahoug, at plus 2 kilograms. Those are the 3 runners for the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. The bell has just gone. Horses now about to make their way to the 1,800-metre start. Post time for this race is at 1:10. Post time in 5 minutes.
So, just the 3 runners then for our second race, and they are cantering to post, making up the time from our earlier delay. There's number 1, Living Art, in the colours of Abdullah Sami Nas, 4 Fawzi Nas, Hashim Al-Haddad, and Stefan Lajaj, and comes here in reasonable form, Ali, but has been off the track since last April.
Yeah, a horse, though, that has been running in all the top local races, finished 2nd in the King's Cup local race, and he finished 4th in the Crown Prince's Cup. So he's been running in those top races, but those have been over distances of 2,400, so this is a bit of a drop back to 1,800 metres, but he sets the standard in this. He's the highest rated horse in the race for trainer Fawzi Nas, who bred the horse, running for Hisham Al-Haddad, who's very much part of the team there. So Living Art, horse number 1, is definitely the one to beat of the 3 runners we have here.
But he has to give 7 kilos to the 41 rated Shawash for Alan Smith and Eddie Rodriguez. Potent trainer-jockey combination. Can he take advantage with the fitness edge under his belt?
Yeah, Edison Rodriguez riding for Alan Smith last season, had a fantastic season, partnering particularly with Happy Craft, who won a lot of the Bahrain Turf Series races. Shawash has got the advantage of having a race this season, as you said, over 2,000 metres. Paul Hannigan rode at that time, finishing in 2nd. So a bit more match fit is Shawash, horse number 4.
And the final one of the 3 is Lahoug, who's actually racing from out of the handicap here. Just gets 1 kilo from Shawash, but is rated 10 pounds. Shawash is inferior, runs in the colours of Rashid Racing, bred by the Al Muzdahir stud. For the winner of our first race, Yusuf Alboanian.
Yeah, and a horse again that's had a run this season, ran just last weekend on the 11th of November, finishing down the placings in that one, that time ridden by Ahmed Maki. Marcalis Juras rides this one, Lahoug for Sheikh Salman bin Rashid. So, yeah, a horse that's going to certainly need to improve on his current form.
All right then, Ali, what do you think? Top one to stamp his authority and class on proceedings, or with the fitness edge, Shawash to make the most of the weight concession?
Living Art for me, as I said, he's been running in those top grade 1 races, domestic grade 1s, domestic grade 2. So it's definitely stepping down in class today, back into handicap company, and never rule out Hisham Al-Haddad and Fawzi Nas.
All right, Mark, 1 vote for Living Art down here. What do you say?
I think Shawash is very interesting. Edison Rodriguez aboard, a horse who's run some really good races early start of the season, 2 for 20 lifetime, but has never run a bad race sort of around about this time of year. And if you look over Shawash's career so far, and he's now 7, he just seems to be a horse who really thrives sort of in the first run or two of his campaign. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit tricky now. This is going to be a little bit of a tactical affair. Living Art came up a bit short in this race 12 months ago when finishing third. I was only beaten a length and a quarter. But he might just want a little bit more speed to fire at. And La Hougue has just tended to be better over shorter. Possibly 1,400 metres is La Hougue's optimum trip. The only victory came over 1,400. So, no, I think I'd probably be just siding with the horses having the blindfold put on for stalls entry, which is Shawash with Eddie Rodriguez. And they're about to load the gate now for race 2, the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. Shawash will be the first one to move forward. Most recent success came over this exact course and distance. That was in a 0 to 35 locally bred handicap restricted to apprentices back in December of last year. And his other winners, as I was mentioning earlier on, came on the very opening day of the 2020-2021 season. Moves in now, goes into stall number 3. La Hougue with Marcial Esquarez will go forward into stall 2. Winner of just one of his 12 career starts so far. And the 4 times winner back in 2021, Living Art, to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Racing over 1,800 metres, they got away to a level break towards the inside. La Hougue has pulled his way into the early lead and is there on sufferance with Living Art around the outside, and Shawash is settled at the back of the field as they go into the turn, and they've got 1,600 ahead of them. And La Hougue is straining the reins. Living Art now whips around the outside, going to try and light him up, and then racing in third is Shawash as they head down the back stretch. And Living Art and Stéphane Lajad have now come through to just about pick up the running as they race on. And now goes on by nearly 2 lengths. So it is Living Art, Shawash, and now in his slipstream, moves into second, and La Hougue, who led them around the turn, has now been shuffled back to last. They've got less than 1,200 to go in the Bahrain Economic Development Cup, and it is Living Art, third in this race 12 months ago, who leads now by a length and a half. To Shawash, who races in second, and La Hougue, having been restrained, is now 2 further lengths back at the back of the trio. They go now into the sweeping turn, racing on now inside the final 800. And the leader is Living Art and Stéphane Lajad. The lead is 2 lengths over Shawash and Eddie Rodriguez in second, and then Marcial Esquarez and La Hougue, who turns in last, and they're racing inside the final 600, and Living Art still has the lead. Living Art now by a length and a tail to Shawash, who will try and challenge down the outside. La Hougue is given the hurry up back in third. Racing now down towards the final 400. Living Art clings to a tenuous lead. Shawash now comes level with his throat latch, and now there's a break of 5 lengths back to La Hougue. Now it's race on down inside the final 200. Living Art the rail. Shawash in the centre of the course, and nose to Living Art inside the final 100. Living Art digging in, now leads by a neck, racing up towards the line. It will be a 5th career win for Living Art. Living Art outgames Shawash in second, and in third La Hougue.
Yeah, very tenacious. Living Art, first run since April, and has won this under top weight for Stéphane Lajad and Hesham Al-Haddad in the colours of Abdullah Sami Nas. This is a horse who looked for all the world as though he was booked for second, particularly conceding 7 kilograms to Shawash, who loomed up menacingly under Eddie Rodriguez for Alan Smith. But Living Art, who'd had the run of a slowly run race again, dug in with the assistance of the rail under stern pressure from Stéphane Lajad, and in the end, the margin of victory was significantly greater than perhaps looked the case a couple of furlongs from home. He was so tight to the rail, he actually hit the rail about 2 out, the winner Living Art, but he's boxed on really bravely to give this prolific team yet another success of 1,800 metres in the Bahrain Economic Development Cup. 1-4-5. The finishing order in race 2, Living Art the winner.
Let's have a word then with winning trainer Stefan Lajad. Stefan, he really found a bit more for you at the end there.
Yeah, it's the first time out this season. It's a bit short for him. He needs a run, carry a lot of weight. That's why when I saw we hacking, I decided to go front and take my responsibility.
And nice for you to be back here in Bahrain. You were here a number of years ago.
Oh, lovely! Yeah. Great feeling. Yeah, very happy.
Well, you're very much with the right team. Congratulations on our winning jockey, Stefan Lajaj, who is here with the Hesham Al Haddad and Fauzi Nas team and takes victory with Living Art.
Yeah, had an interesting ride for Stefan later on as well in race 7 in the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup. Prestigious supporting race this afternoon. Stefan will be riding Dark Lion, who's had such a tremendously successful career here in Bahrain. So good to see him back. As Ali was saying, he's with the right team, with the prolific winning team of Nas and Al Haddad. And this horse has shown a terrific attitude today, shown plenty of gumption. It was only a 3-runner race, but they produced a terrific finish. Shawash loomed up, but Living Art simply wouldn't lie down. And he's getting a lovely round of applause from the local faithful here. Please congratulate, in the colours of Abdullah Sami Nas for Hesham Al Haddad and Stefan Lajaj, the winner of race 2, number 1, Living Art.
Here is the result of race number 2, the Bahrain Economic Development Cup for purebred thoroughbreds. First, number 1, Living Art. Second, number 4, Shawash. The third horse was 5, Lahoog. 1, 4 and 5 was the order. The distances, 3/4 of length and 13 lengths. 3/4 of length and 13 lengths. Run time of the winning horse, 1 minute 57.14 seconds. 1:57.14, 1, 4 and 5, the order of finish.
Welcome to the presentation podium after race 2. His Excellency Khaled Houmeidan, Chief Executive of the Bahrain Economic Board, to present the trophy to the winning connections of the victorious living art. Owner Abdullah Sami Nas, trainer Hesham Al-Haddad, and in the emerald green and chocolate livery of the winning owner, please put your hands together again for the jockey Stefan Lajaj. Living art, the winner of the Bahrain Economic Development Cup.
Race 2 is now official. The Bahrain Economic Development Cup goes the way of number 1, Living Art. Second, number 4, Shawash. Third, number 5, Lahouk. 1, 4 and 5. Race 2 is now official.
4 of the 10-strong field in this afternoon's Bahrain International Trophy. Race in the all-royal blue silks of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation. They come from 3 training bases. Magny-Cours for Andre Fabre, Royal Fleet to the outside for the all-conquering Charlie Appleby. But the longest standing of the Godolphin trainers is, of course, Saeed bin Surur. He's won just about every major international race there is. He's double-handed this time, and Tom Stanley's been talking to him.
Saeed, Dubai Future. Do you expect an improved run this year compared to last?
Yes, what he showed us as this year in England, and he won a Tasket, also a listed race.
As Dubai Future powers into the lead inside the final furlong and a half.
He showed better horse than last year, and also he trained good after the race. He come back well. Always he tried. His tough horse always tried the best.
But Dubai Future's clear inside the final furlong and will be a decisive winner of the Wolferton Stakes.
Then he's in the right race, right trip. We'll give him a chance again, and we'll see how he goes. But so far, he's in good form.
He was ridden quite forward last year. He was drawn wide. Is that how he needs to be ridden, do you think, or on last year might you change?
I like to keep him somewhere handy. You know, somewhere like maybe third, fourth, that's somewhere. It's just only 11 horses in the race. But if he can be handy, be good for him. The way he trained this year better than last year, and also he won at Ascot and he ran well in England also. Then we thought, okay, we'll give him a chance again to see. He traveled back here to Bahrain. He handled the track well. He's happy and fresh.
Passion and Glory, physically, he's an imposing, impressive-looking horse.
He's Group 3 winners, listed winners. Then he's doing good. We thought this is the right race for him when we enter him. I mean, when he arrived here in Bahrain, he looked in good condition, good form. I mean, some horses, they lost their condition with the traveling, but him and Dubai Future, they look good.
But it's Passion and Glory who wins the Gala Stakes.
Last year, he was keen and he looked unhappy horse. But since we use the hood for him, keep him calm and happy, relaxed, that's really helped him. We like racing here in Bahrain, and both of them, they're doing well. We enter them, they accept them here, and both of them, they show a nice result in England. Then we give him a chance here. Still, the race is tough. You know, it's nice horses there. But both of them, they are similar, really. I can't see, I mean, no much different, really, between them. But Dubai Future, he's tough, always tried well. Passion and Glory, if he's the best suit him and sit like nice and relaxed, I think he have also a good chance.
Horses now entering the parade ring for race number 3. This is a local bred handicap for thoroughbreds. They're going to be racing over 2,200 metres. That's a mile and 3 furlongs. We have a field of 8. Here is the field. Number 1 is Sinjar, ridden by Salam Alajmi. Number 2 is the mare Mujira, ridden by Jerome Mutar. Number 3, Horatio and Paul Hannigan. 4, Cutlass Abdullah Faisal. Number 5 is Asala, the mount of Hussein Maki. 6, El Professor and Rosie Jessup. Number 7, Perfect Revenge, Andrew Breslin. And number 8 is Head Turner, the mount of Hassan Al Safa. We do have weight alterations here. Number 7, Perfect Revenge, plus half a kilo. Number 8, Head Turner, plus half a kilo. Half a kilo over on both the 7 and the 8. And note that with permission of the stewards, number 2, Mujira, number 5, Asala, will be mounted in the pre-parade ring, making the way straight to the start. Post time for race number 3 is at 1:35. Post time is in 9 minutes.
Al Bastaki Racing well represented here, and Andrew Breslin, you can see alongside me, going to get the leg up very shortly on Perfect Revenge, has the red hat on. Andrew, how are you enjoying your time in Bahrain so far?
Yeah, good. I'm going into my 4th week here now, and I'm really enjoying it so far. I had a winner last week, so that got me off the mark, and I'm looking forward to the season ahead.
Easy enough decision to head out here for the winter?
Yeah, I mean, the winter was quite tricky in the UK now, and my boss, Mr. Johnson, he was happy for me to come out because he'll be quiet enough for the winter also. So yeah, hopefully we have a successful winter out here.
Top man, best go get the leg up. Good luck.
Thank you, Tom. Cheers.
Good luck to Andrew Breslin.
The familiar face of Andrew Breslin about to get the leg up in the distinguishing red cap there. He'll be riding Perfect Revenge for the Al Bastaki stable. And we're going to take these one by one. What about Perfect Revenge then, Ali? There he is in shot.
One of 3 for trainer Salahuddin Al Bastaki. This one has got the advantage of having a couple of runs already this season, finishing down the field though both occasions. But Andrew Breslin gets the mount this time on Perfect Revenge. That's horse number 7.
All right, we're going to have a look at the familiar navy and white silks of Al Adiyat Racing, worn by the stable jockey Paul Hannigan. Alan Smith trains Horatio. Now, didn't beat a rival home on his seasonal debut. Needs to move forward from that.
Needs to move forward, but stepping up in distance this time. Horatio for His Highness Sheikh's Al Adiyat Racing. He needs to improve on his form he showed, obviously, in his return this season. But you wouldn't want to rule out Alan Smith, Paul Hannigan in those colours.
Colours that have tasted Group 1 success in the UK this season, courtesy of the Fillies Mile winner commissioning. Horse 4 we're going to have a look at next, who's by the same sire as Horatio, Blue Snake, who's responsible for about half the field here. 4 is Cutlass, Abdullah Faisal in the saddle.
Having his first run of the season, Abdullah Faisal, one of the top jockeys so far in Bahrain this season, is looking for his 8th victory. But Cutlass is, again, one that's got to improve on his form from last season.
Okay, we're racing over 2,200 metres today. That's a full 5 furlongs further than Head Turner's seasonal debut. Just the other day, Head Turner is number 8, Hassan Al-Safar for Jafar Marzouk. Cantering to post now, and a return to turf for Head Turner as well. Well, Ali, there is Sinjar in shot, Salam Al-Ajmi for Abdullah Kuwaiti. Another one by Blue Snake.
Yeah, Sinjar is one of 2 horses, along with Muhira, who've had got a win under their belt last season, Sinjar winning. And it would be one of the leading fancies in this one. He's the highest rated horse in the race at 42. Abdullah Kuwaiti, the trainer, and jockey Salam Al-Ajmi takes off £3. So he certainly would be in with a very good chance, and coming out of draw number 3 as well, because they've got 3 turns to do in this race. So horse number 1, Sinjar, certainly one to watch.
They race over a variety of distances, these horses. It's very difficult to determine really who's going to be best suited by today's distance of 2,200 metres. Perhaps it'll be Rosie Jessop's mount El Professor. I suggest that Rosie could have ridden any of the Al Bastaki horses, and she's on El Professor here.
Yeah, I spoke to her before racing. She was pretty hopeful. It's her only ride of the afternoon. And she said, yep, it's a decent ride. So good luck to Rosie Jessop, who has been based out here for a number of years. very big part of the team. She rides for a number of stables, but big part of the Fawzi Nas operation as well here. So good luck to Rosie on Al Professor number 6.
All right, let's take a look at the final couple. Number 2 is Mughira, who comes into the race at least in better form than some, although was beaten a long way this mare last time.
Yeah, it's got some race fitness under his belt, though, Mughira, and faced Sinjar at the beginning of November, back on the 4th of November, and beat him that time. So head-to-head, Mughira got one over Sinjar, and I can see that staying the same this time. And Mughira would be my selection for Abdullah Kuwaiti.
And just coming out onto the track now, rather late, and just exiting the paddock is number 5, Asalar. Bred by Fawzi Nas, running in the colours of Al Bastaki Racing, and a horse who made her seasonal debut last month, and she was beaten a long, long way. So again, she's going to have to step forward, but she, like so many of these, gets a big step up in distance. So it's anybody's guess. Ali, you're 1 for 1 so far in the non-Arabian races. Who do you like here in this local bred?
No pressure. Number 2, Mughira is my pick in this one. Got a bit of race fitness. It'll be his 3rd start of the season. I like this one for Abdullah Kuwaiti, number 2.
Okay, the mare Mughira for Ali. Jérôme Boutard taking the ride. Mark, what do you think?
Only 3 of these have ever won a race before, Nick, and I was quite taken by number 1, Sinjar, when winning here in February. That was over 2,000 metres, rather less exposed than some in this race. 1 for 9 so far. Was trying to concede weight away all round when finishing 4th or 5th on the reappearance, but wasn't beaten that far. Probably going to strip fitter for this. Least exposed horse in the entire field is the one you're looking at now. That's Horatio, number 3, only having a 4th career start, and he's the one who raced in a handicap for the very first time. Paul Hannigan in the saddle, riding for Alan Smith. Paul was aboard when Horatio made his rather underwhelming reappearance, but he's stepping up big time in distance today from 1600 up to 22, and his previous runs have both come over 1400 metres. Most prolific winner in the race is number 4, Cutlass, the only dual winner, and the oldest horse at 8. But it's quite some time since he recorded a victory. Won once in 2018 and then went on to win last year. Last time out finished 4th in a 2,000 metre 0 to 35 handicap, and he's having his first run for quite some time. He'll be coming out of stall number 6 with Abdullah Faisal in the saddle. And there's a look at the start. It's quite a tricky start here for the 2200. They start right on the corner, and the stalls are positioned on the outer rail, which gives them an angle to go down the side of the course. And as Nick and Ali were saying a little earlier on, it means that effectively they are taking 3 turns here and race along the side of the course down towards the 1600, take the turn then into the back straight, and then that long sweeping turn that eventually brings them back towards home, with a run in here on the outer track, which, a reminder, if you're just joining us on the international feed, they have not used this outer course since the end of last season. All the racing so far this autumn in Bahrain has been held on the inner track. So, very fresh ground for them today. Alan Smith has got a lot of interesting runners throughout the card, and of course he has got Horatio in this race. Let's catch up with him now.
Yeah, Alan Smith's come down to the start. He's got a great view there. The horse is circling. Alan, tell me about Horatio. Disappointing return this season, but stepping up in trip this time.
Yeah, I mean, we thought a bit more of the horse. He's been training well. Just been a bit disappointed in his races. So I'm putting it down to trip, and we're stepping him up. The dam has got plenty of stamina, but the sire normally gives milers 7 furlong horses.
Who's the big fear in this one?
Oh, it's a mixed bag, you know. They're all just reasonable handicappers, that's all.
And you've had a great start to the season, topping the trainers' leaderboard at the moment. It's going well.
Well, we've been getting a few winners in while we can before other people start. So yeah, and the horse is pretty straight. So yeah, good.
Well, look, good luck with this one, Horatio.
Thanks very much.
Alan was mentioning the sire there, Blue Snake, who's one of the perennial sires here in Bahrain. The top 4 in the weights in this race, all by Blue Snake, who was a former Godolphin runner, both in the UK and in the US. He won 5 races in Bahrain, including 2 local Group 3s back in 2001 and 2002. And he's a half to a horse called Magellan, who was a Grade 2 winner of the American Handicap at the now defunct Hollywood Park. So Blue Snake, one of the real standing dishes amongst the thoroughbred stallions here in Bahrain. We'll see a lot of his progeny through today's card and through the remainder of the season here in the Kingdom. And they're now beginning to load the starting stalls. The mare Asalar goes in with Hussein Maki, bidding to break the maiden at the 14th attempt. Cutlass, the dual winner with the yellow star and the black jacket. Pink colours of Mughira, followed in by Horatio to complete the line. They're in the gate, and they're off. And very slow to begin was Asalar as they race over 2,200 metres, and Rosie Jessup is the one who's going to put the pace to the race here on El Professor. All the others looking around, and in the end they've given Rosie Jessup an easy lead here. And El Professor, despite breaking around the outside from stall 8, has now nicked a clear advantage, which has opened up to 8 lengths as they make the run down the back stretch, and no one is going in pursuit. Sinjar against the inside rail is in second. Head Turner races in third. Horatio up against the inside rail is under a hard lock, racing in 4th position as the leader spins the turn into the back stretch. Mughira is racing in midfield together with Perfect Revenge. At the moment, Cutlass and Asalar are at the back of the pack as El Professor makes his way down the back stretch, and that lead now has opened up to 12 clear lengths. In second place is Sinjar, who in turn is another 2.5 lengths in advance of Head Turner, who's on the outside of Horatio in third and fourth. Then Mughira, who races up on the outside of Perfect Revenge, and still Cutlass and Azalar at the back of the field. Less than 1,200 to go, and Rosie Jessup and El Professor still have this long lead as they're now about to go into the turn, which eventually brings them back towards home. So now as they race inside the final 1,000, it is El Professor all on his lonesome. As they make the turn, that lead is now extended to 20 lengths. Sinjar is in second, and still no panic from the others. Sinjar and Salim Alajmi are now beginning to chase. No one else has moved yet, but it is still El Professor, and the further they go, the further he goes clear. Into the home straight, and El Professor is out in front, still by 25. To Sinjar in second. Horatio is in third. Mughira has now taken fourth. Head Turner is in fifth, followed by Cutlass. And then Asalar, the back marker, is Perfect Revenge. They race now inside the final 300. And now El Professor begins to paddle. Sinjar down the outside, the mare. Mughira back in fourth. Horatio. They're racing now down towards the final 100. El Professor needs the line. Mughira needs more real estate. 50 metres to go. Mughira will mug El Professor. Mughira in front. El Professor nearly stole it, got second. In third, Sinjar. And then in fourth place is staying on Asalar.
An absorbing race for our third, the local bred. It's gone the way of the mare, Mughira, for Jérôme Moutar. Mustard he was today in the silks of Al Nayafat and trainer Abdullah Kuwaiti, because he delivered a perfectly timed challenge. It was a race that was split open by Rosie Jessup and her enterprising move, leaving the stalls on 6 El Professor, aboard whom she developed what approximated to a 20-length lead with just 600 meters to run. As Mark said in the call, she needed the line, the winner needed more real estate, had just enough, and got there in the end to win by a decisive half length. Victory goes to Maghira, Jérôme Moutard in the colours of Al Neafat, beating El Professor into second. An excellent ride on the runner-up, enterprising as you like. And let's take a look from the start at why this race developed as it did. Because as in the previous two races this afternoon, no jockeys were keen to go on. Is this going to be a motif of the day as we approach the Bahrain International? All taking a pull, no signed on pace, and suddenly Rosie Jessup, the black cap sheepskin noseband, low in the saddle, drills El Professor around horses to establish a long lead that only got longer as they turned for home. And it was only really in the last 40, 50 yards that you thought there was any possibility that this horse, El Professor, would be caught. And caught by the mare that Ali liked beforehand, Maghira and Jérôme Moutard. Second victory for a French-born rider in consecutive races here, and has launched a bid right the way down the outside here. The pink silks flailing away, desperation, line drawing closer. El Professor ebbing away, and coming with that late charge, Maghira, just to heartbreakingly nab him on the line. Ali Vance now is alongside the winning rider.
I'm alongside the winning rider, Jérôme Moutard. His first season here, his third win, but he's French-born, French-based until this season, but doesn't speak any English, so I won't be able to get any insight from him. But congratulations to Jérôme Moutard and Abdullah Kuwaiti, who's hopefully watching this at home. So well done to connections of the mare Maghira.
Here is the unofficial result of race number 3, the local bred handicap over 2,200 metres. First, number 2, Maghira. Second, number 6, El Professor. Third, number 1, Sinjar. The fourth horse was 5, Asalar. 2, 6, 1 and 5. The distances half a length and 3/4 of a length, half a length and 3/4 of a length. Run time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 29.91 seconds. 2:29.91 seconds. Order of finish 2, 6, 1 and 5. Still unofficial.
Bravo, Jérôme Moutard, the winner of our third race here aboard Maghira. Thumbs up to the crowd. Well done to All Connections, winner of our third race. In the end, a well-judged ride.
Race 3 is now official. Here is the result. First, number 2, Mughira. Second, number 6, El Professor. Third horse was 1, Sinjar. 2, 6 and 1 were the numbers, and race 3 now official.
Continuing our build-up towards today's feature race and the feature race of the season here in Bahrain, the Bahrain International Trophy of 2022. 10 participants, 5 nations represented. It wouldn't be a top-class international horse race without a significant representative from Ireland. Today, it comes in the shape of the mare Insinuendo, who brings some of the best recent elite-level form into this contest. She is trained by Willie McCreary, who's been speaking to Tom Stanley.
I just arrived in last night, so it's beautiful. It was dark and warm, and now it's bright and beautiful. I'm looking forward to the week ahead.
How's Insinuendo training out here?
Oh, she seems to love it. She's very relaxed here. She likes the heat. We meant to come last year, and she had a little setback, so we're delighted to take up the invitation this year, and it'll be her last race, and from there she'll go on to December sales, the Sceptre sales. She's lovely. She's a great, big, free action filly. You know, we didn't run her now till, you know, September of her 3-year-old career, because she's just grown into herself. But, you know, she's a big mature mare now, and she loves training, very easy to train. You know, wind and limb is all good, thank God.
How do you see the race panning out for her, ideally?
She's a great finishing kick, so if it can be in contention turning in, we have a great chance. She's running all kinds of ground. I mean, the only ground she didn't probably handle was Arc Day. There was the deluge of rain just before her race, and she got shuttled back in that race as well. It just didn't work out for her. It was just a non-runner day. She'll wear the hood, yeah, the last 2 races now she's worn the hood. She's wore a red hood down to the start, nearly all of her campaign, but now we've stuck to putting the hood on her. Billy Lee thought 2 or 3 runs ago, leave the hood on her, and it seemed to settle her that little bit to save a bit more of a kick for the final couple of 100 yards, you know.
From Insinuendo, who's delivering a run on the outside.
The stats on the last 3 or 4 runs she's had, and she has the quickest last furlong of any horse in each of the races she's finished, so you know what I mean. She's got a good kick. If we can just be in contention and use that, we'll be laughing.
It's Insinuendo complementing a cracking run here on Derby weekend, winning the Kilboy Estate for Billy McCreary.
She's travelled to France a couple of times. She travelled to France last year, this year, you know, England and that, and she just takes it all in her stride. She's a very relaxed filly, you know. If I can get my filly there in good shape, you know, she'll be thereabouts.
So now move on to race number 4. Race 4 is the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup. It is a domestic grade 3 for local bred thoroughbreds, and they're running over the straight 1200 metres or 6 furlongs. A field of 5, and here is the field. Number 1 is the 4 times winner Dirab, is the mount of Robert Tart. Number 2 is Hayel, 3 times a course and distance winner, ridden by double-seeking Jerome Boutard. Number 3 is Toulouse-La-Porte, the mount of Edison Rodriguez. Number 4 is the grey Kamari, who opened his account when winning over course and distance by 13 lengths last time out. Alberto Sana rides. The only filly in the lineup is number 5, that is Kazama, the mount of Abdullah Faisal. Post time for this race is at 2 o'clock. Post time is in 11 minutes.
Right, let's take a look at the runners then, as the action ratchets up several notches here. Number 1 in this Bahrain Petroleum Company Cup, the BAPCO Cup, over a straight 6 furlongs, straight 1200 metres, is Dirab. Rob Tart rides this one for Taleb Ali. A neat, compact, very sprinting type model. Ali, do you like him today?
It's his 3rd run of the season. He's been running over distances of 1,000 and 1,400. So he's going in the middle today over the straight 1,200 metres. I think he's probably got a little bit more to find on some of the others here, but has finished in the placings there or thereabouts in his first 2 runs this season.
Hayel, number 2, has won over the straight 1,200 here before, but that was quite some time ago. And this is his first start since January.
with winning jockey Jerome Moutar from the last race and winning at trainer Abdullah Kuwaiti. That's his number 2, 3-time winner in his career, number 2, Hayal.
There we are, there's a look at Hayal. The bell has gone for the jockeys to mount. Pushing on a pace here today. 3 is Toulouse-Le Plot, very good. Alan Smith and Eddie Rodriguez. Second on his seasonal debut, over 5 furlongs, stepping up to 6 today.
Second to Casimir, who he re-opposes again today, and Toulouse-Le Plot is a horse that they think quite highly of. He actually ran up against the imported horses last season, so is one of the best local horses, certainly in training, but he can be a little in and out, Toulouse-Le Plot. But I do fancy him to reverse the placings with Casimir. He's got a 5-kilogram swing today, so is much better off in the odds, in the weights rather, Toulouse-Le Plot.
Well, you are 2 from 2 so far. Number 4. And rather on his toes is Kamari for Alafu Racing, Mohammed Hassan and Alberta Sana. Alafu will be represented in our feature race later on, Ali.
Yeah, and this horse had a fantastic start to the season, or his last run back on the 4th of November, winning there by 13 lengths. So it comes into this race in cracking form. Alberta Sana takes over, though, the ride on number 4, Kamari.
Kazama's number 5, a filly here in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa. Haider Ibrahim and Abdullah Faisal teaming up here. Winner last time over 5. Again, that was just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, beating Toulouse-Le Plot. We talked about this one, but is not so favourable in the weights today, Casimir. But a good horse, I really think, is between these two anyway. The horse number 3, Toulouse-Le Plot, and horse number 5, Casimir.
Okay, so who are you going to go for?
Toulouse-Le Plot for me, Alan Smith, and Edison Rodriguez. As I said, he's a horse that's been running up against some of the imported horses, and I fancy him to turn the tables on horse number 5, Casimir.
Just a short field, Mark, but the quality going up a little bit here. How do you see this one panning out?
I think Ali's pretty close to it here with Toulouse-Le Plot. The form looks very, very solid. That was a very likeable run on the first start for 6 months over the 1,000 metres last time out, as 1 or 2 of the riders running in the big race walk the course. Frankie Dettori up against the inside rail, going for a walk around as we prepare for the runners for our 4th race, the first of our graded races of the afternoon, about to come out onto the track. First to come out onto the course with the red prelims hood is number 3, Toulouse-Le Plot. Trained by Alan Smith, ridden by Edison Rodriguez in the red with the white striped sleeves and the stripe cap of Victorious. 4 times winner Toulouse-Le Plot. Followed by the grey, Kamari. Fatik, winner last time out by 13 lengths. Alberto Sana in the red and black. The 2 shades of blue for the filly, number 5, Kazama. Winner of 2 races, including over 1,000 metres last time. Abdullah Faisal rides. In the white and maroon halves, Robert Tard aboard number 1, Dirab, another 4 times career winner. Dirab trained by Talib Ali. And the last one to come out onto the course is Hayel, having the first run for 10 months. All 3 career victories have come over this distance and over the outer track of 1,200 metres. Jerome Moutar has the ride for Abdullah Kuwaiti. Those are the 5 for the domestic Grade 3 Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup. Post time for this race comes up in 6 minutes.
Mohammed Haider joins me now, the trainer's son for Kazema. And how's this horse been? How's she come out of her race when she raced up against Toulouse-Le-Plot, beating him?
Yeah, she raced in the first meeting at the first week of the season. She runs against Toulouse-Le-Plot in the 5 furlong straight in the first meeting. We just hoping she give another one for us today.
And why step her up in distance?
Yeah, this filly, she was first time out with us in 5 furlong. In that race, we were afraid about she's doing that distance or not, but she shows some class ability in that race.
She had 2 lengths over Toulouse-Le-Plot that day, but it's not so favourable in the weights this afternoon. But with a different trip, are you hopeful?
Yeah, she got the weight advantage in that race, but today it seems going to be a tough race for her. Yeah, we hope that she's continue winning for us in the same style.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
They're at the post.
Down at the start, ahead of the first of the sprints, there's a few getting warm here. We'll focus on this horse just going in behind. Has got very warm. This is number 3, Toulouse-Le-Plot. What a great name that is, Edinson Rodriguez for Alan Smith in Victoria colours. This horse will go forward in stall number 2. Let's turn our attention back to the stalls. Number 1, just going in under Robert Tart, if we can. Now, that horse has the blindfold on, Dirab it is. Robert Tart last week had to hop off to get this horse in. I think they've won that battle. They've done really well. He was in a muck sweat, that horse. Got very, very warm, and I think he's just about in now. So that's some good news. 4 going in. Kamari has got warm as well under Alberto Sanna. Big horse Hayel heading forward. Jerome Moutar looking for a quick fire double. Last forward will be Toulouse-Le-Plot. Let's take the call with Mark.
Lots of moving forward now. They're in the gate, and they're off. Racing over the straight 1200 in the Grade 3 Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup. Very alertly away was Toulouse-Le-Plot, but he's keen in front, being taken on by the grey Kamari, who now drifts in and races in second, alongside Kazama, and then just been niggled along is Dirab, who's at the back of the field together with Hayel, as they now begin to go across towards the far side rail. It is Toulouse-Le-Plot and Edinson Rodriguez who have got the lead. On his tail, however, Kazama and Kamari. A break of a length and a half to Dirab, who's flat to the boards, and Hayel is totally outpaced at the back of the field. They've gone through halfway inside the final 600 metres now. Toulouse-Le-Plot has got the lead. Kamari challenges towards the grandstand side. Over on the far side, Kazama up against the rail. Dirab, an all-out drive, tailing off his Hayel. Racing now down inside the final 300, and it is now Kazama. Kazama, the filly, takes the lead over Toulouse-Le-Plot in second. Kamari is back in third. Kazama and Abdullah Faisal have got a lead now of 2.5 lengths inside the final 75 metres, and it is going to be a third career win and a first graded win for Kazama. Kazama wins in second, Toulouse-Le-Plot. In third came Kamari, and in fourth, Dirab.
Oh, that was impressive. Loves this straight 6 Kazama. This filly has won really well here for Abdullah Faisal and Haider Ibrahim, has shown a sharp burst of speed to really put this race to bed very, very swiftly. And the only issue the jockey's got now is bringing her to a halt. This daughter of Blue Tsar, she's jointly the youngest in this field. She's getting the allowances here for being a filly and a 4-year-old, and she has made the most of that. But to be honest, she could have carried another 3 kilos and won that race. So comprehensively has she accomplished this mission. Kazama is the winner here. And there was little doubt from a long, long way out. And the further the race developed, the more she extended. Second is number 3, Toulouse-Le-Plot, and third was number 4, Kamari. But really impressive performance by the 4-year-old filly Kazama to win the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup.
Well, let's have a word with winning jockey Abdullah Faisal. Abdullah, that went nicely to plan for you.
Yeah, sure. You know, I need this winner because I was banned in first meeting, so I have to catch up with the other jockeys. So I think I need this winner.
And how did the race pan out for you?
I think it was easy for her because she traveled very well, and I sit with her until last 400 meters, and when I ask her, she picked up nicely.
And nice to have a winner on what is the biggest day of the
Sure.
season, arguably with the trophy later on. Nice to be in the winner's enclosure.
Yeah, sure. So we're glad to win on this big days. So I hope we always win on this big days, especially on Turf Series.
Yeah, looking forward to the Bahrain Turf Series coming up. Congratulations, the winner of our 4th race. Well done to Abdullah Faisal.
Here is the result of race 4, the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup over 1,200 metres, this domestic grade 3. And it goes the way of number 5, Kazama. Second, number 3, Toulouse-Le-Plot. Third, number 4, Kamari. The 4th horse was 1, Dirab. 5, 3, 4 and 1 were the numbers. Distances 4 lengths and a neck, 4 lengths and a neck. And the run time of the winning horse, 1 minute 12.51 seconds. 1 minute 12.51 seconds. Number 5, Kazama, an official winner of race 4.
A very popular winner as well, Kazama, and a filly who is still moving forward and wins this Bahrain Petroleum Cup pretty impressively here in the silks of His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa, bred by the Al Muzdahir stud and trained by Haider Ibrahim. Abdullah Faisal doing the steering. Kazama never in doubt in race 4. So on to the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, of the Bahrain Petroleum Company Cup, run over a straight 1,200 metres. Welcome to the presentation podium, the Chief Executive Officer of Bahrain Petroleum Company, Dr. Abdul Rahman Jawahiri. Dr. Jawahiri, a warm welcome and thank you for your continued support in presenting the magnificent silver trophy now to representatives of Kazama, His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa, the owner, trainer Haider Ibrahim, and jockey Abdullah Faisal. Kazama, the winner of race 4.
Now the full results once again of race 4, the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup. First, number 5, Kazama. Second, number 3, Toulouse-Le-Plot. Third is number 4, Kamari. Race 4 is now official. We now move on to the details for race 5. Race 5 is the BATELCO Cup. This is a race for imported thoroughbreds, and it is a domestic Grade 2, run over 1,000 metres or the straight 5 furlongs. A field of 6 horses go to post. There are no changes. Here is the field. Number 1 is last year's winner. That is Dark Shadow, ridden by Liam Canary, will break from post position 1. Number 2 is Dynamic Force, making his debut here in Bahrain. Mount of Robert Tart will break from stall 2. Number 3 is Njazat, another first-time starter here in Bahrain, the mount of Ibrahim Nada, and will come from stall number 4. Number 4 is First Edition, mount of Paul Hannigan from stall 6. Number 5 is Roman River, running this race for the 3rd time. He was 3rd in 2020. The rider Edison Rodriguez, the stall will be 3. And finally, the only fill in the lineup, number 6, Ocean Star, ridden by Alberto Sanna. Ocean Star will break from post position 5. A field of 6 sprinters for the domestic Grade 2 BATELCO Cup. Post time is at 2:25. Post time is in 12 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mark. Here they are then in the paddock, and you're having a look at a horse who was a pretty fair horse in Europe, but has become a bit of a local legend. Dark Shadow, as Mark said, he won this BATELCO Cup last year. He's broadly a consistent horse, and he maintained his form through the spring as well, with an excellent third on his final start. That was over this distance of 5 furlongs. He is all about pace, and Liam Canary it is that takes the ride today in the colours of Sheikh Sultan's Al Mohammadiyah Racing, bred by Red Penderstad. That is one Dark Shadow, but he faces, as I'm joined once again by Ali Vance. Ali, he faces some interesting imports to Bahrain, chief amongst them, Dynamic Force.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, Dynamic Force having his first run here in Bahrain, a 3-time winner for Robert Cowell, over 5 furlongs back in the UK, and sold in August to come over here for trainer Talib Ali, and Robert Tart, who is going to be over here, based over here for the winter, is going to be taking the ride on horse number 2, Dynamic Force.
7 years old is quite late in the day to be teaching an old dog new tricks, but Engizart also makes a Bahraini debut.
Yeah, been running in Dubai for the last 2 winters, or been based in Dubai the last 2 winters, previously with Owen Burrows in the UK. But yeah, making his first run this afternoon here. That's horse number 3, Engizart.
And from a fine family of out-and-out speedsters as well, Engizart. Number 4, getting a little warm. I mean, it's hot today, clearly, but getting quite warm. His first edition, Paul Hannigan and Alan Smith team up, and first edition will run in the colours of Al Murriat Racing.
Yeah, having his first run of this season, is first edition. Been running decently last season. That was his first season over here. Decent placings in his races. He ran a lot in graded races, a number of grade 2 races. So not without a chance then, number 4, first edition.
Horse 5 is next, Roman River. An entire still by Holy Roman Emperor. Eddie Rodriguez and Alan Smith, the trainer-jockey combination here. And Eddie was aboard when last this horse was seen. And he has the benefit of the most recent run of any of these. And we can have a look at horse 6 now, Ali, which is the filly Ocean Star.
Ocean Star, yes, comes into this race off the back of 2 victories. One at the end of last season, winning a domestic grade 2, and then won her handicap on her season's debut over the 12,000 metres. So comes into this race in fantastic form. Alberto Sana takes the ride. He's back in Bahrain after a few years' absence, trained by Mohammed Hassan. So Ocean Star certainly one to watch. That's horse number 6.
This race due off at 2:25. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, our feature race today, the Bahrain International Trophy, post time 4:05 local time this afternoon. 4:05 for our feature race, the Bahrain International Trophy. Post time here is 2:25 for the BATELCO Cup. Defending champion Dark Shadow heading a field of 6.
Runners coming onto the course to make their way down to the straight 1,000-metre start for the domestic Grade 2 BATELCO Cup. First to post in the white and maroon checks, number 2, Dynamic Force. Robert Tard aboard this 3 times winner in the UK, winner last time out at Pontefract back in July. Then the royal blue with the yellow stars on the sleeves, number 3, Engizart, having a first run for a year and a half. Ibrahim Nado rides, number 3, Engizart. In the red prelims hood is number 4, First Edition. First Edition is the mount of Paul Hannigan. Followed by the red and white halves of number 5, Roman River, Edison Rodriguez. Red with the black chevron, the black sleeves, the filly Ocean Star, number 6. winner of her last 2 starts over course and distance, the mount of Alberto Sanna. And the grey is number 1, Dark Shadow, mount of Liam Canary, winner of this race 12 months ago. That's one of 5 career victories in the red with the gold braid and the white sleeves, and 1 is Dark Shadow. Those are the 6 runners for the domestic Grade 2 BATELCO Cup. Post time for this race comes up in 6 minutes. Well, we're at the 1,000-metre starts. We come up a couple of 100 metres and horses are just about arriving. Here's first of them heading down towards us now. That's Dynamic Force with Robert Tart on board. I'm sure enjoying his time of it out here. Remember, Robert took a little break from riding. Was with John Gosden for a bit, and then he returned sort of out of the blue, really, with Jane Chapper-Hyam, and came back with great success. And now riding out here, and rides this son of Kodiak, Dynamic Force. We come out of stall number 2 for this domestic Grade 2. And he's just taking his time, nice and still down at the start. Sheepskin noseband on, hooded as well. And he's got the lead rope linked up to him. And the horse looks nice and calm. Robert, all good, all happy? Very nice and calm and relaxed, Robert replies. So all seems well out here. It's Liam Canary on board Dark Shadow. All well, Liam? All happy? Yes, happy. Good man, smiling away. And good to see Liam out here riding. This horse will come out of stall number 1, will Dark Shadow. Got some solid bits of experience out here. Certainly the back end of last season held his form pretty well, did this son of Dark Angel. A little bit warmer, this one. I've got to say, noticeably, these, even though we're over a shorter distance, this Roman River and the rest of them, I'd say all just a little bit more relaxed than our previous sprinters. And by and large, they're the same sort of age. In fact, the last lot were a little bit older. This horse under Edinson Rodriguez, Roman River, he's got just a touch warm, but he looks fine, looks well. Son of Holy Roman Emperor, still entire, this horse. And he's a 7-year-old who'll come out of stall number 3. And then the remaining 3 of them stood nice and calm. Just the one with the red hood on, that's first edition. I'll come to him. But this is Engizart, who's the 7-year-old in this field. And horse looks well, actually. Looks looks really well in his coat and in the flesh. He's just got a touch warm in behind. It's a warm day, wouldn't worry about that at all. 6 alongside me here, Ocean Sar, with Alberto Sanna on board for Mohammed Hassan, who is the form horse, really, and comes here in good nick. And there's Paul Hannigan next to me. Hannigan on his British, you can see there's well turned out, this horse, with those stars for quarter marks. He's got the red hood on, but he does look nice and chilled as this first edition. Gelded son of Invincible Spirit, who held his form okay towards the back end of last year, over 1,200 and 1,000. I suppose the best effort came over this course and distance back in February, and then just struggled in some slightly better races off the back of that. So they're just circling, and as I say, by and large, they all look pretty chilled. They look in pretty good nick.
There is Paul Hannigan on number 4. Good to see Paul riding out here in the colours of, well, Al Moriat Racing here, but of course Al Adiat Racing in the main for His Highness Sheikh Issa, and riding for Alan Smith as well, and enjoying his time. We caught up with him a little bit earlier on this week to chat about that and the reasons for coming out here. And I think he's very happy he made the decision to base himself out here for the winter. Horse walking towards us here. It's just that one that's got a little bit warm, but we had a couple in a muck sweat really for that last race, and you know, they were dripping with sweat. But this horse is the only one that showing that he's got a little bit of, he's feeling the heat a bit, but he looks all right. Roman River. So circling, Nick, Ali, all look pretty content and pretty well, and no doubt the loading process will start shortly.
Tom, thank you very much. As ever, valuable insight down there at the start. Ali, where would you be putting your money here?
I like the look of horse number 5, Roman River. He's been a real star for trainer Alan Smith. He ran in 3 Bahrain Turf Series races last year. He won 1, he finished 2nd in another. He beats Dark Shadow in one of those races, only by a nose, but gets a 2 kilogram swing in favour this time. So I like horse number 5, Roman River.
I would be with you, but just speaking to Alan there, he just felt that the ground might not be quite firm enough for the horse to be absolutely at his optimum, even though he liked his chance. And with that in mind, I think probably Dark Shadow to concede the 1.5 kilos to him again and defend his crown under Liam Canary. So 1 vote for Dark Shadow, Mark, 1 for Roman River. It's all yours.
3 back. Roman River goes into gate number 3, followed in by Dark Shadow. And it will be the filly Ocean Star who will complete the lineup for the domestic Grade 2 BATELCO Cup. Sprinters in the gate. And they're off. Ocean Star a step slow away. Early speed comes from Roman River and will lead them through the first 100 metres. Dynamic Force in a very close second with Dark Shadow over on the far side. First Edition is racing keenly in 4th place, followed by Engazart, and the back marker is Ocean Star. Already they race towards halfway. And it is Roman River who leads by just over a length. Now Dynamic Force comes under a ride in 2nd place, and so too Dark Shadow. Towards the near side, First Edition creeps into contention, and then Ocean Star and Engazart just at the back of the field. But they're tightly bunched in behind Roman River, and they're racing now down towards the final 250. Roman River now urged to go clear by Edison Rodriguez. The lead is now 2.5 lengths to First Edition, who is in 2nd. Ocean Star with late gain, but they will not gain on Roman River. Running in this race for the 3rd time, and 3rd time lucky for Roman River. Ocean Star up for 2nd, followed on by First Edition.
Oh, the ground was quick enough. Boy, it was for Roman River. That's an excellent performance, and never looked in much doubt either. Just showed brazen, blistering pace, the son of Holy Roman Emperor, for Alan Smith and Eddie Rodriguez. It was a bunch finish for the minor honours, but the winner was away and gone, and he never really looked like being caught. Last year's winner, Dark Shadow, conceding 1.5 kilos, that was academic. He was always behind the bridle here, and the race just wasn't going to collapse for him today. Roman River, as Mark said, having his 3rd start in this race, and he's won this nicely. Let's take a look at this race once again. Just the closing stages. And finishing off quite well down the outside is Ocean Star, the filly in the Alafu Racing colours. As she comes to join First Edition for the minor money, and she gets up for 2nd ahead of First Edition. And Dark Shadow was 4th, but really never nearer than at the finish. And just take it here, sliding along out front, Roman River. And all the others pumping away in behind, but to no avail. Alan Smith trains another winner on Bahrain International Trophy Day. He's standing in his customary place by the paddock gate, waiting to greet his winner. Alongside him is Ali Vance.
Congratulations, Alan. We chatted before the race. You like this one. He's had a bit of a prep run, but he did it very easily.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie Rodriguez, who rides him all the time, he knows him, and he just gets out of the gate and gives him a kick, and yeah, that's it.
A confident ride, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, he knows the horse inside out.
And what will be the plan for him this season? Be contesting in some more of the series races?
Well, he doesn't get into the handicaps, of course, but I think there's a condition one later on that we'll probably look at.
And first edition ran a good race as well.
Yeah, he may have just needed it. He was a little bit slowly out the stalls, but yeah, we'll go on from there.
And nice to get a winner on these big occasions, big days.
Yeah, very nice. It's nice to get a winner any time.
Well done with Roman River.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Here now the unofficial result of race 5, the domestic Grade 2 BATELCO Cup. First, number 5, Roman River. Second, number 6, Ocean Star. Third, number 4, first edition. The fourth horse was number 1, Dark Shadow. 5, 6, 4 and 1 were the numbers. Distances 1.5 lengths and half a length. 1.5 lengths and half a length. And the run time of the winning horse, 58.77 seconds. 58.77 seconds. The winner of race 5 is number 5, Roman River. Race 5 still unofficial.
And look at Eddie Rodriguez. He looks absolutely delighted with that. A terrific performance from Roman River, as Alan Smith was saying in the interview there with Ali. The jockey knows this horse extremely well. He's a bonny little horse. Small, compact, neat, a real sprinter all over. He loves this 5 furlongs. And he's just shown blistering, brazen pace today over the 1,000 here at the Bahrain Turf Club. Eddie Rodriguez is just untacking, and I'm going to have a quick word with him as he comes in. Eddie, well done. What a smashing little horse he is. How did that feel today?
Yes, very nice horse race. Thank you very much.
Well done. That's it. Short but sweet. Very nice. Thank you very much, he says. Welcoming the presentation party after the running of the 2022 edition of the BATELCO Cup, a domestic Grade 2 race, and a race that was run in fine style at the third attempt by Roman River. I'd like to welcome to the presentation podium the chairman of Bahrain Telecommunications Company, Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, to make the presentation to the owners M&E Racing, Alan Smith and Eddie Rodriguez. The winner of the BATELCO Cup, Roman River.
Confirmation of the official result now for race 5, the BATELCO Cup. First, number 5, Roman River. Second, number 6, Ocean Star. Third was number 4, first edition. Race 5, now official.
In 1979, Her Majesty the Queen made an historic 3-day state visit to the Kingdom of Bahrain, and one of the places she visited was here, the old racecourse in Safra.
They used to have it every Friday. I think it started about in the 50s or 60s, and it was with the late Sheikh Issa's Arabian horses, and they used to set up a few races, and there would be expats would come down and ride the horses in the races, or local boys, you know, so it was a very jolly, happy atmosphere. Well, this is just a round, an oblong track, bit on the lines of an American track, only the opposite way around. It's a right-handed bends, and it's about 6 furlongs round. Quite tight, but, you know, it was Arabian horses, so, you know, not big thoroughbreds lumbering round here.
And although this racecourse is no longer used, its link to racing and the Queen continues to this day. Just behind the old racecourse is the Royal Stud, and its prize stallion is Cool to Mind, a son of the great Galileo, and gifted to His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa by the late Queen.
We got him here on the 19th of December 2020, and he started his stud career in the month of January 2021, and I believe he covered 24 mares. They look apart. We are very happy with his progeny, how they look. So we shall see.
The new racecourse, which is the REHC, was opened in '82. Sheikh Issa commissioned that after the Queen's state visit to Bahrain. He wanted it loosely designed the same as Royal Ascot, you know, with his association with the Queen and so on. And it actually, where it's landscaped, is very good. Lends itself nicely. The Queen's legacy to Bahrain is the racing that we have now. Without the Queen's state visit in '79, I don't think our racing would have reached the heights that it is now.
Crowd building here for what is set to be the best attended ever Bahrain International Trophy feature race due off at 4:05 local time. Our thanks to our sponsors here today and sponsors of our previous race and our next, BATELCO. And we welcome all the representatives from BATELCO, their chairman, Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalifa Al Khalifa. Mark Johnson has the runners and riders for the 2022 running of the BATELCO Cup. Mark.
And this is a weight for age race for imported thoroughbreds. They'll be running over 2,400 metres or a mile and a half. So the start for this race right in front of those grandstands. Field of 6 going to post. There are no changes. Here's the list, headed by Encourage, who was bred by the late Her Majesty the Queen. Encourage is ridden by Liam Canary. Has won 5 times. Number 2 is Recovery Run, the mount of Paul Hannigan, another 5 times winner. Number 3 is Tall Order and Andrew Breslin. 4 is King of the Throne. Alberto Sana rides King of the Throne, a winner twice back in March. Number 5 is Rayon Paw, the mount of Harry Davis. Completing the field, the most prolific winner in the lineup, 6 times winner Port Douglas, and that's the mount of Ibrahim Nada. So there are 6 runners for the BATELCO Cup over 2,400 metres. Post time for this race comes up at 2:50. Post time in 11 minutes.
So let's take a look at these runners in turn then. And we'll have a look, first of all, at 1. This is Encourage, Liam Canary for Hesham Al-Haddad. And when we last saw this gelding, Ali, he was in good form.
He was at the end of April, but he's been a superstar all season, really. Finished second in the King's Cup on the 11th of March. He's got the penalty for winning, so he'll be carrying 61 kilograms, but he's a fabulous horse, one of the highest rated horses in training here. And in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing, Liam Canary takes the ride for Hisham Al-Haddad.
A horse that's pretty easy to be fond of. He was a very good 3-year-old in the UK. Recovery Run for Al Adiyat Racing and Alan Smith and Paul Hannigan. Colt by Nathaniel, who won a domestic Grade 2 here last New Year's Eve when beating Port Douglas, who reopposes today. 2,400 metres the distance here for the BATELCO Cup. We're having a look now at King of the Throne in the Alafu Racing colours, Mohammed Hassan and Alberto Sana. Little disappointing when we last saw this gelding, but that was, as you've been pointing out, Ali, in top company.
Yeah, last seen finishing down the field in the King's Cup, but he previously finished 3rd in the Crown Prince's Cup and actually finished 3rd in the King's Cup the year before. So a horse that's been fabulous in recent seasons for connections.
5 is Rayoun Pour, Harry Davis, who was 2nd in the apprentices table in the UK last season, spending a little time here in Bahrain with Alan Smith. He's an exciting young talent. He rides Rayon Pour today in this race. I don't think the distance will be too much of a problem, just a question of whether he's up to this in the form that he's currently in. A seasonal debut for Rayon Pour. And the final horse we're going to see is a grand old-timer. Once 2nd in a Derby trial for Aidan O'Brien, Port Douglas.
Yeah, another horse making his season's debut is Galileo Gelding. Abdullah Hajj trains this one. Ibrahim Nada takes the ride. A horse that runs in all these top races, as many of these do, picking up the placings, but yeah, needs to improve on his last season's form to worry the top horses in this.
Yeah, it's a conditions race, this, as Mark was telling you a few moments ago. Ali, Encourage has to still, even though it is a conditions race, have to give quite a lot of weight away. Is he the likeliest winner for you on his seasonal debut, on what you saw of him last year out here?
He is. He's the one I would be siding with. He was a superstar last year, as I said. He really was running in these top races. 2nd in the King's Cup. He then finished the season beating Tawarek, who was a star of the British the Bahrain Turf Series. Rayon Pour, though, I'd also like to give a mention to him. He was running in those good races last season, and he'll be having his first run of this new season. And Alan Smith already in the winners' enclosure. He has his horses ready very early in the season. He's already had a number of winners so far. So those two really Encourage and Rayon Pour.
Starts right in front of the grandstand at this race, so it won't be long before they get to the 2,400 metre start here. It would, Mark Johnson, be an entirely fitting win if Encourage were to be successful here, given that rather beautiful package that we just saw voiced by Tom Stanley, which featured the relationship between the Kingdom of Bahrain and racing in Great Britain, and indeed Her late Majesty's visit to this very racecourse.
Absolutely, Nick, with Encourage, bred by Her Majesty the Queen, was trained for her by Roger Charlton, and won once in the Royal Colours in the UK, when winning over 2,000 metres at Newbury. That was the first of 5 career victories for Encourage, whose 4 local wins include the 2022 running of the Bahrain Gold Cup, the local Grade 1 here, over 2,000 metres at the end of last season. He has won twice, however, over this longer distance of 2,400 here out in Bahrain, making a seasonal reappearance today, having won over course and distance on his Bahrain debut last season, and that was off a 6-month break. He's coming back off a 7-month break this time. He runs in the red, gold and white colours. Liam Canary aboard Encourage as they return back to the 2,400 metre starting point. Let's pop down and see who Tom's got to talk to.
Mark, I've got Thady Gosden with me, who has no runner in the Bahrain International Trophy this year, but no stranger to the race and to Bahrain. You've gone very close in the race before, and welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've had 2 runners out here in the International. The first year, the inaugural race, we had Turner who ran, and he ran well enough, but you know, it's great to be here and see the development that happens every year.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels as though it really is taking a step forward year upon year, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so, you know. Every time we come here, there's new developments. The tracklet's in great order. The horses are all doing well. Everyone seems very happy, and it's a pleasure to be here.
And it was, I caught up with His Highness Sheikh Issa yesterday, who had I think a permanent spring in his step off the back of commissioning and her success in the Fillies Mile, and of course you train her. How is she?
No, she's in good form. Obviously, she's a filly who had a pretty rapid ascendancy, going straight from a maiden into the Rockfell, and was, you know, fortunate to follow up there in the Fillies Mile, and hopefully be a nice one for next year.
It must have given you and your father, John, a sort of great pleasure to have trained that Group 1 winner for His Highness Sheikh Issa.
No, of course, you know, it's fantastic for the operation to have a homebred filly of that quality. And, you know, it's an exciting future with her and hopefully for the rest of the operation. And one day, hopefully, she turns into a good broodmare.
Yeah, absolutely. Fingers crossed into next year. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, Tom.
Thady Gosden, the co-trainer of commissioning the leading fancy for the 1,000 guineas next year. He'll be running in that race in the silks of His Highness Sheikh Issa. Commissioning winner of the Fillies Mile. Good to see Thady here at the Rashid Equestrian Horse Racing Club. And a very successful summer it's been in the UK for Bahraini ownership, with some of the leading juvenile prizes going the way of major ownership concerns from the kingdom. And shot there in those Al-Adiyat colours, sported by commissioning others, is Recovery Run. As I said, a lovely staying 2-year-old this for Andrew Balding, developed well at 3 and then found a perfect opportunity here in Bahrain, and is a horse who ought to continue to be a real money spinner here, Ali.
He was fabulous. He was fabulous last year. Recovery Run was superb this time last year, and he absolutely stormed to victory on 3 or 4 occasions by massive margins. He then went to run at Saudi around Christmas time, and then since then his form dropped off a little bit. So, but if he refines the form he did last season, he really will be difficult to beat. Paul Hannigan riding the horse for the first time, and presumably maybe Hannigan had the selection between Recovery Run and Ray and Paul.
Yeah, and you look at Recovery Run and Encourage. Encourage has to concede 4 kilos to Recovery Run, which is a pretty big ask considering they carry forward the same official rating into this race.
Yeah, Recovery Run though, he's really got to find that form that he had, and you know, if he goes off the last couple of runs, he's not going to be anywhere near Encourage. He was well behind Encourage back at the beginning of February, but as I said, he was such a wide margin winner at the beginning of the season.
All right, won't be long now until they head into the gate for this BATELCO Cup. 2,400 metres for you to call here, Mark.
And they are just circling behind the starting stalls. Still have around about a minute and a half or so to the scheduled post time. So just a few more turns before they face up to the stalls, and that short run into the first turn. Those of you joining us on the international feed, not too far away now from our big race, which is due off at 4:05 local time, so around about an hour and a quarter or so before our feature race, the fourth running of the Bahrain International Trophy. But this race in its own right is a very good undercard race indeed. We've already been hearing from the guys down in the parade ring, a couple of the highest rated horses currently in training here in the Kingdom, racing 105 rated Encourage, Group 1 winner here, Recovery Run 105, and also a Group 1 winner here as well. So they're about to load the gate for the BATELCO Cup at the 2400 metre start. Now post time, loading up. Stall 5 for King of the Throne, with Alberto Sanna bidding for a third win of the year. King of the Throne was in great form in the spring. Into gate 1 goes Rayan Pour. Stall 4 for Tall Order. Port Douglas, the 9-year-old, goes into gate number 2. 2 back. Waiting on Recovery Run and Encourage. In the gate. And they're off. 2400 metres for the BATELCO Cup, and out very wide. Recovery Run is showing early speed. Pushing up to the inside is Encourage, and between those two is King of the Throne as they go into the turn. Rayan Pour is up against the inside rail. Port Douglas is last but one, and Tall Order is at the back of the pack, and they make the run down the side of the course. And it is now King of the Throne and Alberto Sanna who clear off and claim the lead. In close quarters towards the inside rail there was Rayan Pour, just had to be taken back off heels, back to 4th place as they make the run down the side of the track, and the leader is King of the Throne. Racing in second around the outside, Recovery Run and then Encourage, followed next to the field by Rayan Pour. They're then being followed by Tall Order, and the veteran Port Douglas now is at the back of the pack, and they're going into another turn, and they're racing now on inside the final 1600. And the leader is King of the Throne. And Alberto Sanna just gives him a bit of a breather now, and now he's easing up. They're stacking. Racing in second is Recovery Run. In third out wide, Port Douglas tries to make an early move. Then Encourage towards the inside, covered up with Tall Order and also Rayan Pour, who's now been shuffled back. They're racing through the halfway point and going now towards the end of the back stretch inside the final 1200 of the BATELCO Cup. The leader is King of the Throne. He got that breather in before halfway to Recovery Run, who races in second. Encourage the inside a bit keen. Out deep is Port Douglas, followed by Tall Order, and it's been a rough trip for Rayan Pour, who's now at the back of the pack and being niggled along. They're on the sweeping turn, which will bring them back towards home. And King of the Throne has had the run of the race in front. His shadow all the while is Recovery Run. Out deep is Port Douglas, then to the inside, Encourage looking for racing room. Tall Order and Rayan Pour, but they're still very tightly packed. Inside the final 600 they go, and King of the Throne still has the lead. In second is Recovery Run. Encourage and Rayan Pour tries to go for a daring run up against the inside rail. Tall Order, and then Port Douglas, who is flattening out. It's Recovery Run and Paul Hannigan who took the lead at the 400 and now begin to go clear. Rayan Pour will give chase in second. Down the outside is Tall Order. Encourage looking one pace today. 200 to go. Recovery Run, Rayan Pour. These two now inside the final 100 metres, and it is Rayan Pour who now goes on. How good is this? He's half an hour the best. Rayan Pour wins. Recovery Run in second, and in third, Tall Order.
Harry Davis, 17 years old, flashing his talent all across the world. Rayan Pour wins in the second colours of Al Adiyat Racing, beating stable companion Recovery Run, aboard whom Paul Hannigan looked to have elicited a winning run a couple of furlongs from home. But Harry Davis's patience paid dividends here in receipt of 3 kilograms from Recovery Run. Rayan Pour has won, and he has bounced back to form in really good style. Nearly 2,500 metres this race. Ground saving is key, and Rayan Pour covered significantly less ground in this race than did Recovery Run. Recovery Run from his stall in 6. Because Paul Hannigan wanted to be up there, he had to use him a little wide here. He's given him a great ride, got to the front, had the race, I'm sure he thought put to bed, but Harry Davis's patience paid dividends, and Rayan Pour ran home strongly here. It's a 1-2 for Alan Smith, whose horses, as he told us earlier in the day, are in sparkling form. And as we build towards our feature race here in Bahrain this afternoon, we've just seen a cracker. A Smith 1-2, Rayanpur back to form, beating Recovery Run.
Well done. You right to just circle round? Is it? Well, let's have a word with our winning jockey, Harry Davis, enjoying his first victory since coming here to Bahrain. And Harry, all went to plan. You had a nice position on the rail throughout.
The horse was very, very game, and he wasn't travelling awfully well early, but you know, they were going quite quick early, and he managed to just find a nice rhythm coming down the hill, and he picked up very, very well when I asked him. So look, he's obviously been running in some, you know, pretty good company along the way, and it's just great for him to get his head back in front.
And how are you enjoying your time here?
Yeah, it's great. You know, everyone loves their racing, and it's very, very different to the UK. So yeah, I'm loving it.
Well, look, you're loving it and you're doing well. So congratulations then. Harry Davis winning his first race here since coming and riding in Bahrain. Well done on Rayanpur. Harry Davis.
Yeah, and interesting to hear Harry's comments there to Ali about the pace of the race, saying it was pretty searching early for the 2,400 metres, and he just needed to bide his time. It became something of a stamina test. Recovery Run's run a super race here, but Rayanpur, in receipt of the weights, has just won, and again, getting a lovely cheer from the local crowd by Cape Cross out of Reina, horse bred by His Highness the Aga Khan, and could yet be quite a significant money spinner here in the Kingdom of Bahrain during the course of the winter. So please welcome back to the winners' enclosure for Al Adiyat Racing, Alan Smith and Harry Davis, the winner of the BATELCO Cup, Rayanpur.
Here is the provisional result now for race number 6, the BATELCO Cup over 2,400 metres. First, number 5, Rayanpur. Second, number 2, Recovery Run. Third was number 3, Tall Order. The fourth horse was 1, Encourage. 5, 2, 3 and 1, the numbers. Distances a length and 5 lengths. A length and 5 lengths. The run time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 32.96 seconds. 2:32.96. Race 6 still unofficial. Official winner number 5, Rayanpur.
Welcoming the Executive Director of our sponsors, BATELCO, to the presentation podium now, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Fenter. He is presenting the trophy to the winning rider and trainer, Harry Davis and Alan Smith, responsible for Rayanpur in the silks of Sheikh Issa's Al Adiyat Racing. Gentlemen, congratulations.
Here is now the official result of race number 6, the BATELCO Cup. First, number 5, Rayanpur. Second, number 2, Recovery Run. And third, number 3, Tall Order. Race 6, now official.
And we got him here last year, and he just covered mares now. They're all pregnant now, scanned in full. So we shall see sort of in 3 years' time. You're talking about 2025 now. Covering season starts from 15th of November onwards, and we go up to April, end of April, and then it's too hot, you know. So, you know, that's our covering season here. What happens now, Coal to Mine is fully booked. You know, he has a lot of mares. So we shall see next year, you know, he will have some more mares to cover.
One more race to go before our feature race of the day, the 4th running of the Bahrain International Trophy. As Nick was mentioning earlier on, big crowd gathered for the running of this feature group race. But we move on now to a handicap, and it will be the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup. It's a race for imported thoroughbreds, and it's run over 1,600 metres. We have a field of 9 to go to post here. Number 1 is Beecham Bagenal, the mount of Frank Dettori, the first of 2 rides for Frankie here this afternoon. Beecham Bagenal, second in this race 12 months ago. Number 2 is May Star. May Star is the mount of Alberto Sanna. May Star looking to win in a 4th country, having already won in the UK, in Qatar and in France. Number 3 is Ecosystem, the mount of Andrea Zini. 4 is Prince Elzarm and Liam Canary. Number 5 is Dark Lion, 6 in this race last year, the mount of double-seeking Stéphane Lajat. Number 6 is Tamerlane, finished 4th in this race last year, ridden today by Robert Tart. Number 7 is Justino, a winner of a handicap over 1,400 metres here on the 4th of November, the mount of Paul Hannigan. Number 8 is Gateway and Jérôme Boutard. And rounding out the field is number 9, that is Mission Boy, a 5-times winner in Italy, ridden by Ibrahim Nada, and he's putting up a ½ kilo of overweight. A field of 9 for the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup handicap over 1,600 metres. Post time here is at 3:15. It's 10 minutes.
Okay, runners then in the paddock for our next race here. Building towards our feature takes place at 4:05 this afternoon. Of course, the Bahrain International Trophy. And the atmosphere is really building as we bring you the horses for our next race. Ali Vance alongside me. And horse number 1 is walking right past us here, Ali. What can you tell me about the claims today of Beecham Bagnall?
Well, Frankie Dettori is going to be riding Beecham Bagnall. It's his first of 2 rides this afternoon. He'll be riding for Fawzi Nas in the big race. He's on Dillawa, but he's warming up nicely with Beecham Bagnall in the colours of Isaac Murad for the first time, trained by Hisham El Haddad. And the horse is having his first run of the season, last seen running back on April the 1st in a race, a Grade 1, a domestic Grade 1, where a number of these horses actually lined up. He finished 4th that day.
Frankie Dettori's been very busy in recent weeks. Been to Australia, America, Bahrain, Italy.
Not the only one, is he?
I'm not sure. I didn't squeeze in the Italian trip as well. 2 is Maystar here. Alberto Sanna and Mohamed Hassan Alafu racing. Second the last twice, including on his seasonal debut, Ali.
That's horse number 2, yeah, Maystar, who finished 2nd in that sort of key race back on the 1st of April. Dropping back then.
There we are, that's number 2. You've seen 3 is Ecosystem, who ran in that same byline race, but didn't really cut much mustard. Ran much better on his seasonal debut at 1,400 metres, back up to 1,600 today. And you'll see Ecosystem in a moment. Number 3. Horse 4 will be the next one you look at, Ali.
Yeah, horse 4, Prince Alzam. Liam Canary is going to be riding this one for Talib Ali in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing, having his first run of the season and finished again down the field in that byline race on April the 2nd in that domestic Grade 1.
Number 5 is next. 5's a horse with some significant profile here in this part of the world. This is Dark Lion in the colours of Victorious and Fawzi Nas, Hesham El Haddad and Stefan Lajaj teaming up. When last we saw Dark Lion, however, back at the end of 2021, a year ago, just losing his form a little bit. Now, if he's been freshened up, he'll be very dangerous off a mark of 91.
Horse number 6 then, Tamerlane. Robert Tart rides for Hussein Adalami and in the colours again of Al Mohammedia Racing. Having his 2nd run this season, he finished 4.5 lengths behind the very talented Mr. McCann in his opening race over 1,400 metres. Before that, he was running in some of the Bahrain Turf Series races. He finished well down the field behind Silent Film, the Godolphin winner in the final Bahrain Turf race. So he's been running in some top races. That's horse number 6, Tamerlane.
Horse 7 in the silks of Al Adiat Racing, looking for a quick double here. But Paul Hannigan, who was 2nd in our previous race, riding Justino. Alan Smith, again, is the man who trains. He's looking to complete a very brisk treble. We have a look at Gateway and Mission Boy, if we can.
Well, Gateway, horse number 8's just made his way out onto track, while horse number 9 is still in the parade ring.
Well, there is Gateway.
That's horse number 8, Gateway then. Jerome Moutard already had a winner here this afternoon. He's riding Gateway for Osama Hashim, and he's having his 2nd run of the season. He finished 2.75 lengths behind Zazinia on his seasonal debut. That's horse number 8, Gateway.
And horse number 9 is still with us here in the paddock in the MKAR Racing Silks. Mission Boy, gelding by Paco Boy, as he did last time. Ibrahim Nader is in the plates. Ran a good race, finished half a length behind Justino in a bunch finish. And running today off a 3-pound higher mark, 1.5 kilos higher for Mission Boy today. Andrea Razzani is with us, and he is riding in the same silks, but the first colours, Ecosystem, who we spoke about a few moments ago, and who ran very well over 1,400 metres the other day. Good to see Andrea, some of the best riders in the world here in Bahrain this afternoon, ahead of race 7, the Bahrain Petroleum Company Cup.
Runners now about to arrive down at the starting point. One of the runners a little behind, the others on the way to the start is Ecosystem. start for this race at the beginning of the back straight. And we still have about 4 minutes to the scheduled starting time. There's a look at the start. Just on the spur. And Ecosystem now on his way to the starting point, the hands of Andrea Azzini.
So watching on eagerly as we approach the conclusion of what's been a terrific race day already here at the Bahrain Turf Club. And after this, we'll be building up in earnest to our feature, the Bahrain International. 10 horses, 5 nationalities. There can only be one winner. And we eagerly await the result of the 4th edition of this prestigious race, Bahrain's most prestigious race. Now, we have the precursor, race 7. Ali, who's going to win?
Well, the atmosphere is certainly building all afternoon, building to the crescendo that is the Bahrain International Trophy. But this preceding race got some good horses from Bahrain, top horses over here. If I had to pick one, Nick, well, I like Maystar, who finished second to Byline back at the end of last season and a good second again at the start of this season. Ecosystem finishing behind Mr. McCann a few weeks ago. He can't be ruled out. And Gustino as well, a 2-time winner for Joseph O'Brien before coming over here. And he's done very well for Connections. And Paul Hannigan riding Gustino for Alan Smith.
All right, will it be a Smith treble, an Al-Adiat double and a victory for Paul Hannigan? We'll find out in a few moments' time. Mark Johnson is going to call the race. Mark, what do you think?
Well, they're just circling at the start. They're very short to be loading up. It's interesting that Frankie Dettori is aboard Beecham Bagnall, runner-up in this race last year. A horse who's run very well fresh in the past. He's won here in Bahrain now twice during his career. And when he was second in this race last year, it was off a very similar break. He'll come from stall 9, which isn't necessarily the easiest place to break from. He's going to have to work out a trip, Frankie, on Beecham Bagnall in the yellow and black colours. Interested to see whether Justino can back up his win here on the 4th of November over 1400, now that he steps up to 1600. That victory coming in a really competitive field, beating 11 rivals that day. Went up 4 in the ratings for that particular success. And the first of the runners now about to move forward into line. The blinkered Tamerlane goes in first with Robert Tart, one of no less than 3 runners in this race who raced in the same contest 12 months ago. Tamerlane finished 4th that time around. Last year's runner-up, Beecham Bagnall, going in now. Followed in by Maystar, looking for a first win here in Bahrain, but with those victories already in the UK, in Qatar and in France on his resume. Prince Elzam is next. We'll be followed in by Dark Lion. Justino, last but one, and Gateway will complete the lineup for the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup Handicap They're in the gate. And they're off. Dark Lion broke a step slowly. Justino is hustled up early as they go along the back stretch, and the first one to take the lead out wide is Beecham Bagnall. And so Frankie Dettori is making use of Beecham Bagnall's speed, and out very wide on the track. He has got the lead, and he's not got in yet. Towards the inside, Gateway races in second, and Maystar is in third. Keen towards the outside is Mission Boy. Follow them on the inside by Dark Lion. Next is Ecosystem, and then on the outside is Prince Elzarm. Tamerlane is last but one, and Justino just had to be woken up leaving the gate. Now at the back of the field, Frankie Dettori now has cleared and crossed to the inside rail on Beecham Bagnall as they go around the turn. It is now Mission Boy who will press the pace, racing in second. Gateway to the inside rail is in third. Maystar is in fourth. Three wide is Prince Elzarm. Along the outside of Ecosystem, and then on the inside is Dark Lion as they make the turn in. Tamerlane at the back of the field with Justino, who swings out wide. Beecham Bagnall against the inside rail still has the lead. Mission Boy is hard driven to try and close in second. Gateway on their tail. Down the outside is Maystar. Justino tries to unwind out very wide. Beecham Bagnall as they race down inside the final 250. Taken on by Maystar. Here's Justino down the outside in the hands of Paul Hannigan. And Justino has now come to the lead. But Maystar is kicking back. It's now a private party between these two. It will go the way of Justino. Back-to-back wins for Justino. In second, Maystar. Tight third, Ecosystem involved. Gateway, and so too Dark Lion.
3 up for Alan Smith, 2 for Al Adiat, 1 for Paul Hannigan, and he goes 1 better than in the previous race when he had to settle for second on recovery run. No mistake here. Justino is a progressive 4-year-old gelding, and he's won his second consecutive race under this jockey who's really got in the groove in this new role and with this horse. Justino is the winner of the Bahrain Petroleum Company, the BAPCO Cup. The runner-up is number 2, Maystar, and third is Ecosystem, Andrea Radzaini for Haida Ibrahim. And at this stage, just about the yellow colours, Beecham Bagnall was still in front under Frankie Dettori, but the distress signals were out and the pack came coming, and it was the horse that challenged widest of all, Justino, who prevailed. Once he was in front, you just got the feeling that he thought he'd done enough, just idled, and the door was left faintly ajar for the runner-up Maystar, but it was just a faint hope, because ultimately when Maystar got to the girth of Justino, Justino pulled out that little bit more. And you can see here, Paul Hannigan has not been dealt many kind cards by the draw today. He was parked out in 7 today. He just got cover as long as he could and then pulled out wide for the challenge. Inside most of the way, then tipping out to deliver the latest challenge. And it proved to be the decisive one. He has won. Good run from Maystar in second, continuing a run of second placings, but all very creditable ones, and running second today, a mark of 97, no mean effort, and third was Ecosystem, and that is probably a step forward back up to 1,600 metres from that seasonal debut. But victory again for Al Adiat Racing, this time for Justino, Alan Smith and Paul Hannigan.
Well, let's have a word with winning jockey. Smiles all round for Paul Hannigan. Paul, that all go to plan nicely?
It did really, because they went a nice gallop, and he likes a nice gallop as well. So he just loves filling him up and giving him confidence, and it just worked out a treat there.
And you've ridden him already this season, obviously a help.
Yeah, big help. I wanted him the time before, and that gave him confidence and me confidence at the same time. So he's a grand horse.
And things are going well out here. This is your 8th victory of the season.
Yeah, couldn't be going better. Really enjoying it, and I'm just really grateful to Sheikh Issa and Alan.
Well, you're certainly riding for the right people. Congratulations then, Paul Hannigan's 8th victory this season in Bahrain. This one coming on Gustino. Well done, Paul Hannigan.
Now the full provisional result of race 7, the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup, handicap over 1,600 metres. First, number 7, Justino. Second, number 2, May Star. Third, number 3, Ecosystem. And the 4th horse was 8, Gateway. 7, 2, 3 and 8, the numbers. Distances 3/4 length and 2.5 lengths. 3/4 length and 2.5 lengths. Run time of the winning horse 1 minute 37.16 seconds. 1:37.16.
Here he is then, fine-looking horse from a stable in red-hot form on this blistering day. Alan Smith at the treble, and Paul Hannigan riding Justino to victory in the BATELCO Cup. Well done to Sheikh Issa Al Adiyat racing to the fore today with a 1-2 in our previous race, and a ready winner here. Race 7 was the Bahrain Petroleum Company Cup. Welcome to the presentation podium, His Excellency Abdullah Jahad Al Zain, Chairman of the Bahrain Petroleum Company, to make the presentation of the beautiful silver trophy to the winning connections here. Jockey Paul Hannigan and trainer Alan Smith. Paul wearing the silks of Sheikh Issa's Al Adiyat Racing, another victory for them. And the winning horse of the BAPCO Cup, Justino. Congratulations.
Confirmation of the official result now for race number 7, the Bahrain Petroleum Company BAPCO Cup. First, number 7, Justino. Second, number 2, May Star. Third was number 3, Ecosystem. Race 7 is now official.
They're off in the Bahrain International Trophy, and is Rustang aggressive on the lead through halfway. Racing inside the final 200, Rustang begins to paddle. Royal Julius still has a chance, 100 metres to go. Rustang still has the lead, but he's running out of real estate. But on the outside, Royal Julius for France.
And that's it, they're away, racing in the 2020 running of the Bahrain International Trophy. Simpsia's clear. Simpsia's flat out in front. Here's Global Giant, Franchidatore, suffering between the pair. Simpsia held on.
12 months have raced by since that pulsating finish to the third edition of the Bahrain International Trophy. Lord Glitters and Barney Roy fighting it out in a 1-2 for British-based horses. Once again, the world has converged on Bahrain. The mercury is rising. We come to you across 165 countries via 20 global broadcasters. The eyes of the world are once again on the kingdom.
The three runnings of this race so far have seen victory for France with Royal Julius, for the home team with Sincere, and of course that victory for Lord Glitters for Great Britain. And once again, a truly international field has assembled. 10 runners coming from 5 different countries, group winners throughout. But it's not just the horses that boast international pedigrees. The race has also drawn some of the stars from the weighing room.
Yeah, they are just that, Ali. Some real stars of the weighing room. Real international crowd in the weighing room as well. And 5 Derby winning riders. Joined by 2 of them alongside me. Will Buick, Frankie Dettori. How's things, Will? All good?
Good, thank you, Tom.
How do you rate the horse's chances? I mean, he looks right up there on form, doesn't he?
No, he is. He's solid. He really is solid. Look, he's going to like the conditions today. Mile and a quarter, fast ground. He's going to like the track. You know, he comes off the back of a good run at Newmarket, so he's fit and well, and look, it looks a tough race, but hopefully he can perform well.
Yeah, Frankie Dettori alongside. You've had a good time of it out here, haven't you, Frankie? You've enjoyed it?
Yeah, I've been coming a few years. It's great. This race is four years going and gets plenty of support. I'm riding a nice, decent French horse, but they just bought him from France, so we'll see how we go.
See the colours just behind us there. You, of course, have a warm-up ride in the race before. I mean, still one, that's no concern. Are you happy enough with that? What do you do out of there?
Well, I'm happy because he's got tendency to go right, so at least I'm already there. Yeah, we'll see. You know, they usually go a good gallop in this race, and yeah, it's competitive. It's a 5 or 6 horses with a good chance.
Genuinely, walking in here, like it's a great bunch of guys that have come out for the trophy. Some guys that have been around for a long time, some newer kids on the block, but some real stars of the weighing room.
Yeah, look, this race is a great initiative from the Bahrain Turf Club, you know, and the whole organisation. So it's great. You know, the money is very good, and you know, with that you get competitive racing.
Absolutely. Well, Frankie, great stuff. Good luck, guys. Cheers.
Thank you.
Tom Stanley there talking to 2 of the world's leading riders who've been bestriding the global racing firmament in recent weeks. Great to have them and you here in Bahrain with us today. There is the brand new Turf Village, expecting the biggest crowd we've had for the Bahrain International Trophy this year, and a great family atmosphere as well. So the stage is well set then for the Bahrain International Trophy of 2022. The man who will be calling the feature race, the £600,000 International Trophy. He's the voice of this race, Mr. Mark Johnson.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. Yes, we've got 10 runners to get a post over this really beautiful race course, over 2,000 metres for the 4th running of the Bahrain International Trophy. There's a look at the grandstand, and a big crowd, as Nick has already mentioned, is gathered to watch this Group 3 race. Let's take a look at the full field. They're headed by number 1, Dillawa, formerly trained in France, but now with Fouzinas and ridden by Frankie Dettori, will break from stall number 1. Number 2, the first of the 4 horses for Godolphin, is Dubai Future, 8th in this race 12 months ago, winner of the Wolferton Stakes at Royal Ascot earlier on in the summer. Danny Tudhope will take the ride for Saib bin Surur and will break from stall number 3. Number 3 is an intriguing runner in King David, representing Scandinavia, trained by Niels Pettersson, ridden by Oliver Wilson. A winner of his last 4 starts, King David will break from stall number 8. He scratched the 4 litigator. Number 5 is Manny Kaur. Ran a huge race in this race 12 months ago to be 3rd. Has gone on to win 8 of his 19 career starts, including at Chantilly recently. He represents trainer André Fabre. The rider is Mikel Barcelona. And Manny Kaur breaks from stall number 5. Monty is next, number 6. Monty, who will go to the post just a little ahead of the others, ridden by Gerald Mosse for Andreas Schultz, and will break from stall number 9. Monty has won 10 of his 27 career starts. Number 7 is Passion and Glory. Derby-winning jockey Richard Kingscote will take the ride. Passion and Glory representing another of the Godolphin team and will break from stall number 4. Number 8 is Pensiero d'Amore, ridden by Alberto Sanna, and will come from stall number 6. Number 9 is Rio Corvo, ridden by Olivier Pellier. Rio Corvo has only won twice. His second victory came in the Group 3 Grand Prix de Vichy during the summer, and he will break from stall number 2. Number 10 is Royal Fleet, ridden by William Buick, and Royal Fleet breaks from stall number 10 on the outside. And finally, the only mare in the field and representing Ireland is Insinuendo. Insinuendo with Sheen Orr putting up half a kilo of overweight and represents trainer Willie McCreary and will break from stall number 7. They are the winners of 57 races between them for the 4th running of the Bahrain International Trophy. Here's Nick.
Back paddock side here, live with us in Bahrain, Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, and his son, His Highness Sheikh Issa, whose brainchild this event has been for the last 4 years, and it's certainly grown in international standing. Nick Luck alongside Ali Vance. Ali, you can feel the atmosphere building nicely here.
It certainly is. This is the eighth race we've had today, and it's just slowly built up the tension, the atmosphere, and it's really packed here in the parade ring now as we wait for these horses to make their way in here. And it's a big day in the Kingdom of Bahrain as the Crown Prince is here, his son is also here. It's an important sort of date every year in the diary.
Important sporting occasion, important social occasion, and very much part of the sporting fabric here in the Kingdom now. Packed grandstand to see 10 horses from 5 countries. There can only be one winner. Ali, right at the top of this, I want to know from you who you think this race revolves around.
I think it really does revolve around last year's 3rd place horse, Magny-Cours. It's a horse that's previously finished 3rd in the Dubai World Cup. He brings in really top Group 1 form. He finished 3rd last year, less than a length behind the winner, Lord Glitters. He has had a long break over the summer. He's come back to Chantilly, won a relatively easy listed race there, and I really feel that his trainer, Andre Fabre, will be coming here to set the record straight, and he's not looking for place money this time.
Andre Fabre, the French legend who's won over 30 trainers' championships in his home country. He bids to conquer Bahrain this afternoon as we head out and about and check in once again with Tom Stanley.
Yes, I'm with Fawzi Nas, multiple champion trainer out here in Bahrain and looking for another win in this race. How is Dilawar and what can you tell us about him since he's arrived with you, Fawzi?
Well, he's arrived exactly a month ago on the 20th, I think. He's still holding on to his European coat a bit, which I would have liked to see him shed. But otherwise, he's moving well. He's in good form, and we're drawn 1, which Frankie's happy about. So let's hope for the best.
And it's great to have Frankie back out here. When did the sort of plan come together that Frankie was going to come and ride this horse?
The plan happened about 6 days ago with Sheikh Nasser, His Highness, deciding that Frankie should ride. And I think nobody knows the track better than he does.
And what does it mean to you? Obviously, you're a Bahrain native and multiple champion trainer out here, but now to have a race of this stature in its 4th year and to have it growing year on year with multiple international entries in the race.
Again, this was a dream for many years for it to happen, and it's finally here. And hopefully it'll just grow on from here.
And hopefully you can win it today.
I hope so.
Fawzi, great stuff. Thanks very much. Nick, back to you.
Thank you.
Tom, thank you. Good luck to Fawzi. Really interesting import from France. It is a truly international race. Fascinating contender today comes from Denmark, from the stable of Niels Petersen. The horse's name is King David. He performed a little in Dubai last year and performed quite creditably. Since when he's improved, he really has been dominant in Denmark at Klampenborg, in Overvoll in Norway, with the mercury rising now to 30, 31 degrees Celsius here in Bahrain. These will be very different conditions, but we've been out and about finding a little more about him and how he's been acclimatizing to the situation here in Bahrain.
King David, he traveled down with Nina Postara, which has been with the horse for years before he even came to me. Oliver Wilson was going to ride him as well and rides him out in the morning now. The owner, unfortunately, not coming down. She's having a hip operation, so she can't join us. So we are a small team, but hopefully when this area comes, we're going to be a bigger team. Obviously, it's a big task for us to come out here with King David, but I mean, he's in good form, and we come out here and been here a couple of days, and things look really good, so I'm delighted to be here.
just been out on the grass today, and he feels like he's in good shape. He's one of the best milers we've got back home. He's had a very good season this year. He's won 4 races, 2 Group 3s and 2 listed, so it fitted out in his plans to come out here, and of course it's going to be a step up to meet some of the very good horses out here, but yeah, we're feeling confident, and it worked out everything we wanted to do with him, so it's a big task, but we're very excited.
He's a special horse, but in a good way. I think he goes to many people's hearts. He's funny, and he likes his training. He likes to go out, he likes to do things, and he's just a wonderful horse to be around.
He's been extremely good this season, and that's also why we sort of kept the form going from his last run in end of August until now. And you know, the horse has improved, and I think he deserves to have a go at this. You know, it's a big chance.
Normally he'll be running over a mile or a mile 1. I won over this trip with him in Germany in a Group 3, so he's won over the trip before. And this track should suit him, the kind of races that are run here, so we're hoping it'll work out.
Oliver has been riding him all his career. He missed out last year because he had an operation last winter, so he couldn't ride him when he was out in Dubai. He rides a lot for the owner. I mean, he knows the horse inside out.
Most of my success has been back home in Scandinavia. I won a group race in Germany, but this is a different level. This is kind of jockey's dream to come out here and ride nice horses on this kind of track as well.
I don't fear one, I fear a lot. I mean, you've got the Godolphins, Magnico and Royal Fleet. It's a good field.
I mean, there's so many good horses in there. I'm just kind of focusing on my own horse, trying to get the best run around, and then we'll see how far it takes us. Like I said, he's one of the best at home, and I think a lot of Scandinavian eyes will be watching on Friday.
It's a big thing to have a horse from Denmark going over here to run a race like that. Many people text me, ask me how he is, when the races is and all that, so it will be a really big deal if he won.
King David, the Prince of Denmark. Could this be his kingdom this afternoon, Ali Vance? It's not impossible.
It certainly is. He's coming off the back of 4 wins. He's based in Denmark, but he does most of his racing in Norway. And it's just going to be very interesting to see how that form stands up against some of these other horses that have a bit more of an international presence. But a great story. The first Scandinavian runner here, and for him to take victory would be a wonderful story. And good luck to Connections. They're really nice people.
Yeah, and if he were successful, or at least he ran a bold race here, I think that would embolden Connections then to have a look at Dubai, and then perhaps even have a look at sort of mainstream Europe next season.
Yeah, and it really would boost racing in that region as well. I know that the trainer is already looking at having horses here for the Bahrain Turf Series, which is an international series that runs here all winter. So that's great. There's going to be more presence, and hopefully that will filter through not just here, but that we'll see more Scandinavian runners coming to Europe, or the rest of Europe, coming to the UK and travelling further afield.
I mentioned Dubai. It's the Dubai ruling family that are really lending the most hefty support to today's race. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation, with 4 of the runners spread across 3 trainers. Ali's already mentioned Magnico, who was 3rd in a good edition of this last year. There are 2 from the Newmarket base stable of Saeed bin Surur, and 1 from Charlie Appleby. And Appleby's recent international record bears the closest scrutiny. 3 more winners at the Breeders' Cup meeting at Keeneland in Kentucky just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and he narrowly missed out on victory last year, so I'm sure that he's got this race quite high up on his list of targets. But his horse here, Royal Fleet, Group 3 winner at Meydan in February, and won a very good race at Goodwood, which sort of almost qualified him to race here. So he comes in off the back of that good victory, and as you say, Charlie Appleby knows how to travel his horses. He certainly knows how to win races around the world.
Here we are in the paddock. There are so many places that you can watch this race from. All sorts of vantage points explored, and that might be one of the best, but I'd say you right now have the best seat in the house. We'll be right back. The horses arriving then into the parade ring area ahead of the 2022 Bahrain International Trophy. 10 horses, 5 nations represented. Anticipation is building. And we're going to take a look at each contender. We will start with Diloir, number 1. This import from France cost €500,000 as a horse in training from His Highness the Aga Khan. And the big local hope today, Ali.
Yeah, Frankie Dettori riding for Forzinas in the colours of Victorious, who won this race 2 years ago with Sincere. That's horse number 1, Diloir.
Here's a horse who, on his day, looks very good. He's by the same sire as Diloir, the great Dubawi, likely to be crowned champion sire in Europe this year. Dubai Future was a winner at Royal Ascot when he showed a sharp turn of speed. Fast conditions and a strongly run race will suit him best. He ran in this race last year, but got overly involved in the early pace. He may be ridden with more restraints today by Danny Tudhope, who had such a good Royal Ascot again this season.
Horse number 3, that's the hope of Denmark and Norway and Scandinavia even, has the first Scandinavian runner in Bahrain. That is King David. Oliver Wilson's going to be riding for Niels Peterson, coming here off the back of 4 victories, including 2 Group 3s in Norway. Horse number 3, King David.
Horse 4 is a non-runner. Horse 4 litigated, doesn't run. So the next horse you will see is horse number 5, who is heavily favoured for today's race. He's owned by Godolphin. He's trained in France by André Fabre, and he's been a wonderful globe-trotter for his stable. He's finished 3rd in the Dubai World Cup on dirt. He's finished 3rd in this race on turf. He most recently has won impressively in his home country on a synthetic surface. He's versatile, straightforward, extremely reliable, sure to run well. Mikel Barcelona is the man taking the ride.
Horse 7 is Passion and Glory, 1 of 4 in the race for Godolphin. Richard Kingscott riding for Syed bin Saror. He was a listed winner at Sandown in July, last running in a Group 3 at Newbury. Could be one to set the pace in this. He's got a good draw. Passion and Glory then. Another one for Godolphin. Richard Kingscott rides this one.
A very likely front runner, Passion and Glory, from that stall towards the inside. As you're looking at number 8, Pensiero d'Amore, was formerly trained in Great Britain by Italian Marco Botti, for whom he was a fair performer, won at Newmarket at listed level back in the summer. This requires a step up, but not an almighty one, as he makes his debut in the Kingdom of Bahrain for Mohammed Hassan, and he'll be ridden by Alberto Sanna.
That is horse number 9, Rio Corvo, trained in France by a Spaniard, Carlos Lafont-Parias, and ridden by Frenchman Olivier Pellier. He was a Group 3 winner at Vichy in July, and will be re-opposing Monty, who got the better of him at Longchamp in September. So horse number 9 then for Carlos Lafont-Parias is Rio Corvo.
Number 10, Royal Fleet, and his connections will catch everybody's eye because they've been holding all before them. He represents Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, fresh from another 3-timer at the Breeders' Cup, and the British-based champion jockey William Buick, another one by Dubawi. He has all the right credentials. However, the draw gods have not been particularly kind to him, parked wide in stall 10, and he's a horse with plenty of natural enthusiasm in the way he goes about things. He'll need something close to a career best, but you'd be brave to bet against him producing it today. That is number 10, Royal Fleet, in shot.
Horse number 12 then, Insinuendo, the Irish trained runner in this race, trained by Willie McCreary. Sheen Orr takes the ride, and last seen running a brilliant 3rd in the Group 1 Fillies and Mares on British Champions Day at Ascot. Has been doing well all season though, including finishing 2nd behind Luxembourg in the Royal Whip at the Curragh in August. So certainly not without her chance. The only mare in this race, that is horse number 12, Insinuendo.
Plenty of these horses have done plenty of racing and really know their job. One 7-year-old is Monty, gelding by Motivator. He's been given permission by the stewards here in Bahrain to head to post early, and his rider, Gerald Mosse, the senior rider in this field, is already aboard. Gerald, who's had so much Group and Grade 1 success in most every country in the world, won every French Classic multiple times, was a champion in Hong Kong, he's won the Melbourne Cup. Could he add a Bahrain International Trophy today for German-born French-based trainer, Andreas Schultz. And Monty is a solid Group 3, Group 2 performer. In France, his form, the Coupe de Maison Lafitte, ties in very closely with his compatriot, Rio Corvo. An awful lot of royal blue here today, 4 representing His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation. Danny Tudhope in the all royal blue, first colours of Godolphin. The red cap there, Richard Kingscote, being briefed by Saeed bin Sarur on what he is going to do on Passion and Glory. And I think the answer is make the running. The white distinguishing cap will be carried by William Buick, and the black cap by Mikel Barcelona. And there is Oliver Wilson. Big day for him. English father, but Danish born, and amongst the best riders in Scandinavia, Ali.
Yeah, big day for these guys, as we talked about. First Scandinavian runner here. Oliver Wilson, half British, father's from the UK, but he's plied his trade in Scandinavia for a number of years. And I really hope that they go well here, because as we know that we're broadcasting to so many countries around the world, but I bet there are an awful lot of people watching this in Denmark, and good luck to them.
Carrying the Scandinavian hopes, King David. Now, we can surmise which of these horses has the most powerful engine for today's test. We can stop the guessing now as regards which ones arrived in the best condition. Here's Mark Johnson with details of the Best Turned Out Award.
Yes, indeed. We have a very special cash prize, which is given to the groom responsible for the best turned out. That is given by the Arabian Horse for Equestrian and Veterinary Services, and it has gone to Adrian Moreau, responsible for horse number 9, Rio Corvo. Rio Corvo is the best turned out in the Bahrain International Trophy.
Okay then, runners heading out onto the track. Oliver Wilson is just about to be legged up here by Niels Petersen aboard King David. And we're not too far away now as we head out and rejoin Tom.
Yeah, Nick, thank you. Made my way to the start. Monty did beat me to it. He's just making his way back towards us. He did just cantered down, went past the stalls. He's the horse that, of course, was allowed to come down early. I know he's going to be a little way away from us at this stage, making his way really slowly, just under the trees, over towards the far side, back towards us, this gelded son of Motivator, Gerard Mosset. How fabulous to have him riding in this race. He's spent a lot of time out here. A couple of years ago, had a nasty injury before the Bahrain International Trophy, but here he is, back out here, and just taking his time with this horse, Monty, who will, in a few moments' time, be heading out of stall number 9, Monty. He kicked on past us, and then you can see Gerald just really keen to take his time heading back towards us. I thought he might canter down back towards us, but yeah, he's taking it really easy. He's from what I can see anyway, nice and calm and nice and relaxed at this stage. And in the distance, I can see some of the runners about to make their way out. One of the 4 in this for Godolphin is trained by Charlie Appleby, no stranger to international success, Ali Vance.
Okay. Well, fresh from Breeders' Cup success, more Breeders' Cup success, Charlie Appleby is here. And Charlie, you've had runners in this race for a number of years. You know what it takes to win. How does Royal Fleet compare?
Well, I know what it takes to finish second at the moment. Anyway, yeah, we were second last year with Barney Roy, obviously just getting touched off by Lord Glitters in a great race. So, you know, this horse hasn't quite got the profile of you know, Barney Roy, but he's a horse that's progressed and progressing, I feel. And, you know, I feel the style of the race will suit him. As we know, they can often go quite quick early doors there, and hopefully it'll give him a chance to settle, because a horse that can sometimes be a little bit headstrong.
Yeah, what were the instructions to William?
Well, as we said, we're drawn out in 10 there, so, you know, I said to William, hopefully there's a generous pace, and that will allow William to drop in and sort of then start to ride his race from halfway, really, and try and come into it at the right end of the race, should we say.
How vital is the draw in this race?
I think the draw's only vital if you've got the horse that can jump well enough and have the pace to go and utilise that draw. So, yeah, each draw is vital to each individual, really, you know, but where we are in 10, we'll ride our race accordingly.
Well, he looks a picture as he heads down to start. Good luck. Thank you very much, Charlie Appleby.
Pleasure. Thanks very much.
Royal Fleet cantering to post in the hands of William Buick. You simply have to respect the connections wherever they go internationally. The most successful international trainer at present anywhere on the planet. And Royal Fleet, as he said, he was articulating the problems there as regards that wide draw. But pace is interesting. He said he hoped there'd be a generous pace. That's got to be the question mark. Invariably in this race, in the last 3 editions, there has been a very searching gallop on, and it's played to those horses finishing their race off strongly. Last year was a particularly notable example. This year, there is not obvious and conspicuous signed-on pace, perhaps with the exception of one of these Saeed bin Sarur trained runners, Passion and Glory, who's ridden by Richard Kingscote, who's very good at really pacing races from the front end. I'd imagine those will be the tactics. And Dubai Futurist Stable Companion, I'm sure, will be ridden with a bit more restraint than he was last year. As we head back to Ali.
Thanks very much, Nick. I'm joined by the only Irish-trained runner in the race. Willie McCreary joins me. You've got Insinuendo in this, the only filly also in the race, and she's been a superstar for you. She was last seen finishing 3rd on British Champions Day in that Group 1. Do you feel she's absolutely in the form of her life?
Yeah, I think she's in great form. She seems to have travelled over well. She likes the heat, and the track is in perfect condition, so I'm hoping for a big run.
She's got a nice draw?
She's got a nice draw. She's drawn 7. There's only 10 runners, you know what I mean? It's going to be a bit of scrummaging though, but she's a very experienced filly, and she gets the filly allowance as well, which will help her.
What do you make of the strength of the race? Where do you see the main dangers?
Look, I worry about them all really, but no, Magna Core seems to be the main danger at the minute. So look, if we run a race, we'll be thereabouts.
And this will be the final race that she runs for you. She's heading off to the breeding sales, so there'll be mixed feelings, I'm sure, today.
Yeah, of course. Look, she's been a great filly for us, great for Michael and Dimpton Deegan, you know, to get to travel halfway around the world to see her run in a beautiful day's racing in Bahrain, and it's an honour to be here.
As you say, she looks like she's enjoying the heat as she's circling down at the start where Tom is.
Yes, Ali, she's just making her way towards us, actually. As you say, she'll be off to the Scepter sales. Off the back of this. She's a touch warm. It's a warm day. She looks very well. The Chino in the saddle there, and I think she's got a great chance with that hood on, back over 10. The hood's on for the 3rd time here, and I think it's made a difference to her as well. Just in the yellow, in front of us here, the yellow and white stripes, number 9, Rio Corvo. He was one who just came down just a shade keenly. Nothing you'd worry about a huge amount, but I'd say he was looking forward to getting down the start, and now circling in line looks absolutely fine. And let's check in on Monty if we can. Monty is under Gerald Mosse, just walking towards us over the back of this trio here. He did have his feet out the iron, Gerald, for a moment or two as he made his way under the trees towards us. They're now in, and I think he looks fine, to be honest, having headed down to the start nice and early, keeping a lid on him, but all looks well. So truly international field circling down at the start, and really looking forward to seeing who comes out on top. Nick, back to you.
Tom Stanley there at the start, and all the runners seem pretty calm, pretty relaxed on what is a very warm day, climbing up towards 30, 31 degrees here in Bahrain, which is pretty warm for the time of year, mid-November, the beginning of the season here. And runs right the way through until March. Ali was talking to you a little earlier about the Bahrain Turf Series, which begins in a couple of weeks' time. Now, Ali, how's this race going to unfold?
Well, we saw a few years ago, Simsir absolutely stormed out of the gates and held on, and they can do that here in this race course. We've seen it actually earlier today. Rosie Jessup almost did it on the horse she was riding. So we are looking at some front runners. I mean, you mentioned Richard Kingscote and Passion and Glory. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go.
Yeah, I didn't see many other contenders for the lead.
There's not an obvious one, no. A lot of these horses want to be ridden handily. So it'll be interesting to see how far Richard does push it out the front, or if he does, and whether he's going to try and do a Simsir.
It'll be fascinating to see in the Simsir colours what sort of impression Dilawar can make. He was a progressive horse. They hadn't quite got to the bottom of him in France when with Francis Graffard. And you just feel that with the top local stable and the top international rider, Frankie Dettori, teaming up from that inside berth, it'd be very surprising if he doesn't take some sort of a hand here.
Well, what I like about Dilawar is the fact that he's been here for far longer than the other international horses. He was sold in October for €500,000 out of French trainer Francis-Henri Graffard to Fawzi Nas. So he's had a bit of a longer time. He's had longer to acclimatise here. And I think that's going to be to his advantage, whereas the other international horses have really only had 10 days here, 10 days of sun on their back. You can see there that he's going to have he's got the rug to go into the stalls on. And Frankie Dettori, an interesting booking by Fawzi Nas. I think it's the first time that Frankie's ridden for Fawzi, but they've been good friends. Fawzi's trained all over the world, and Frankie, one of the leading jockeys in the world. So I think the connections are all there. You've got Victorious Racing, same colours as Simsir, Frankie, Fawzi. He's got to be a danger.
Rug for stalls entry, but Dilawar is behaving perfectly at present. It'll be interesting to see whether Frankie jumps and tries to go forward, or whether he just takes back a little bit and allows Passion and Glory to give him a lead into this race. Frankie Dettori was just touched off in this race 2 years ago by Simsir. He was very unlucky not to win on that occasion. Winners so far have come from France in Royal Julius, Bahrain in Simsir, Lord Glitters last year for Great Britain. Will it be a fourth nationality in front of this packed crowd of all ages here at the Bahrain Turf Club today? £600,000 sterling is the prize, plus a magnificent trophy, specially commissioned by the House of Garrard. And the loading process is now underway. Forward to gate 4 goes Passion and Glory, red cap, Richard Kingscote. In goes Magny Cour, heavily favoured here. Monty for France, the big local hope Dilawar, halfway through the loading process. Your commentator for the Bahrain International Trophy of 2022, Mark Johnson.
So the hope of Scandinavia, King David, goes in, followed in by Dubai Future, Royal Fleet, and awaiting Dilawar to complete the lineup. The winners of 57 races between them, the Bahrain International Trophy, where champions meet. Dilawar moves forward. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Bahrain International Trophy. And as they break away, there's not a great deal of pace on in the early stages. Towards the inside, Dilawar did not go forward, and it is indeed on the inside. Dubai Future is right up there, together with Magny Cour and also Pensiero d'Amore, as they all look around here to see who wants to go forward, and it will be Mikel Barcelona on Magny Cour, last year's third, out in front by 2 lengths now, to Passion and Glory, who has now taken second place. Towards the outside, Pensiero d'Amore is keen, racing in third. Dubai Future is in fourth. Very wide is Royal Fleet. He was 4 deep as he went around that first turn with the mare Insinuendo on that one's inside. Next in the field races Rio Corvo. He's up against the inside rail, just in advance of Dilawar, who's now very keen at the back of the field. He's alongside Monty, and just in front of that duo is King David. They race now through the halfway point in the 4th running of the Bahrain International Trophy, and it is Magny Cour and Mikel Barcelona who have got the lead over Passion and Glory and Richard Kingscote racing in second. A length and a half away, Pensiero d'Amore is in third. Against the inside rail, Dubai Future in fourth. Royal Fleet is racing in 5th position. Towards the inside, Rio Corvo is in 6th. The mare Insinuando is racing next, followed then by King David on the inside. Monty last but one, and Dilawar now is a long last as they now begin to make the turn into the home straight. Less than 600 metres to go, and Magny Cour kicks and goes for home. Passion and Glory follows him in second. In third is Dubai Future. 1, 2, 3 currently for Godolphin. Then Rio Corvo. Staying on now is King David from a long way back. On the outside, Dubai Future and Danny Tudhope now claim the lead. Passion and Glory between them. Over on the far side is Magny Cour. Back in fourth is Rio Corvo. Inside the final 100 metres, it is Dubai Future who's got the lead. And Dubai Future wins the Bahrain International Trophy. He beats Passion and Glory in second. He wants a 1-2 for Godolphin. And then Rio Corvo staying on the outside of Magny Cour.
A wave of blue as Godolphin take the Bahrain International Trophy. And it is a 1-2 for Newmarket-based trainer who spends his winters in Dubai, Saeed bin Sarur. He's come to Bahrain and he has conquered. Dubai Future, who won at Royal Ascot, has run out the winner under Danny Tudhope, who was strutting his stuff on the UK's biggest stage to such devastating effect in the summer. And second, an outstanding run from stable companion Passion and Glory, who was always well positioned. Another great ride from Derby and Champion Stakes winning rider Richard Kingscote. Tudhope and Kingscote the 1-2. It's all royal blue, but this time it's not Charlie Appleby, it's Saeed bin Sarur. Dubai Future for Dubai has won the Bahrain International Trophy, and a fourth different nation on the trophy in 4 years, and exquisitely ridden as well. He has won just about every prize in global racing. Saeed bin Sarur has been training for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation since taking over in 1995, the year that Lamtara won the Derby at Epsom, and so many great triumphs followed in the late 90s and early 2000s in these royal blue silks. You can reel off the list of all-star names from Fantastic Light to Daylami and Saki, and more recently he's been represented by fewer but still quality horses, and he can still accomplish the mission on the biggest stage, as he's shown again this afternoon. And here comes Dubai Future down the outside under Danny Tudhope, who time and again has shown his patience and timing. Indeed, Tudhope might have ridden last year's winner, Lord Glitters, who was a regular ride of his, but he was unable to, so the ride went to Jason Watson. He's not had to wait too long to get his name on this trophy. Victory for Dubai Future, Passion and Glory second, a 1-2 for Saeed, and 1 or 2 in behind, not getting the clearest of runs through as we pick up the head on here. And the most notable, a hard luck story if you can call him that, was Rio Corvo. Olivier Pellier just angling for a little bit of room, the yellow cap bobbing and weaving between horses, but once in the clear, wasn't finishing so fast that you'd have thought he'd have got to the front too. Big disappointment in the race was Dilawar, the local hope. Never really figured at all today and was heavily eased by Frankie Dettori. Royal Fleet was done no favours by the draw. Magny-Cours dropping out of it, but still a 1-2 for Godolphin, for Saeed bin Sarur. Let's join Ali.
Well, Saeed, congratulations, a 1-2 in this race. You've been wanting to win this for a while.
Yeah, we tried last 2 years. We didn't have luck, but this year we had 2. We finished first and second today in this race. As it's a good result for Godolphin, and the horse here ran big race, really.
Did you expect this one to come out on top? Because you before the race, you really were talking about how close they were together.
He's this year improved a lot as his Royal Ascot winner, and physically, mentally, he looked better than last year, and we thought he's the right horse again to run him and give him a chance. Thank God he won it.
Victory for Dubai, victory for Saeed bin Sarur. Congratulations to Danny Tudhope as they make their way back into the parade ring. Well done to Connections of Dubai Future.
Yeah, a lot of wrongs being put right today. As I said, Danny Tudhope missed out on the ride last year on Lord Glitters. And this horse himself ran in this race last year, and he just got too embroiled in a searching early pace, but not so this time. Delivered with a perfectly timed challenge to make it a 1-2 for Saeed bin Sarur. Dubai Future, the winner of the Bahrain International Trophy. Dubai Future in the winner's circle. Let's confirm the full result with Mark Johnson.
Here is the full unofficial result of the fourth running of the Bahrain International Trophy. First, number 2, Dubai Future. Second, number 7, Passion and Glory. Third, number 9, Rio Corvo. And the fourth horse was number 5, Magny-Cours. 2, 7, 9 and 5, the numbers. The distance is 3/4 of a length and 2 lengths. 3/4 of a length and 2 lengths. And the run time of the winning horse, 1 minute 57.86 seconds. 1:57.86. Unofficial winner of the Bahrain International Trophy is number 2, Dubai Future.
Oh, that is a rapid time, if that's right, 1:57.86, comfortably the fastest running of this race. Dubai Future winning, and more reflections on that sensational performance right after this. Welcome back. You have just witnessed a thrilling running of the Bahrain International Trophy, and the trophy goes to a 4th nation in 4 years. Please welcome the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, representative of His Majesty the King for Humanitarian Works and Youth Affairs, Sheikh Abdullah bin Isa bin Salman Al Khalifa, the Honorary President, Sheikh Isa bin Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Chairman of the High Committee, His Highness Sheikh Faisal bin Rashid Al Khalifa, the Vice President of the Supreme Council for Environment and Vice Chairman of the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club, presenting the trophy to the winning trainer, Saeed bin Sarur, and winning rider, Danny Tudhope. So a meaningful and notable strike for Saeed bin Sarur, who, as he said to Ali, had this race in his sights for a long time. The man who's won it for him today is Danny Tudhope, who is standing by with Ali.
Congratulations, Danny. How much does this race win mean, given that you should have been on Lord Glitters last year, all by injury?
Yeah, obviously disappointing not to be here last year, and it was nice to see the old horse do it, you know, for connections. He's been a superstar, but look, it's great to come back here, and Godolphin had a strong hand in this race, and yeah, just delighted one of them won, and yeah, thankfully it was me.
You rode him at Royal Ascot when he won the Wolverton Stakes. How hopeful were you coming into this race?
Yeah, hopeful, you know, his last run wasn't too bad. He's been in form. He likes a fast going as well, you know. He's a handy little horse to have. He loves whizzing around the bends, and the race went to plan. You know, when an okay even gallop, had a nice position, better draw this year on him, and yeah, he picked up well, and he was just doing what he had to do.
Because it wasn't a particularly fast pace at the start, but you felt that you were sort of in the correct position, particularly when turning for home?
Yeah, of course, you know, I had a good draw, so it was important to get a nice position just behind the leaders. And like I say, he travelled so well, he relaxed nice, and yeah, that all helped me up the straight. You know, he picked up well.
And personally, how important are these race wins away from the British and Irish scene? Come abroad, come here to Bahrain and pick up a big race win?
Obviously, it's great. You know, it's great coming abroad anywhere you go and riding winners. But it's a great. They put on a great show here, and they look after you so well. It's a lovely place to come to, and yeah, I'm just grateful now I've won this race.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations.
Great, thank you.
And the magnificent Garrard Trophy presented to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, and on his behalf, Saeed bin Surur and Danny Tudhope. So Dubai Future it is that has won the Bahrain International Trophy. To reflect on that, the man who was out and about reporting for us and down at the start beforehand, Tom Stanley. Tom, what did you make of that? A 1-2 for Saeed bin Surur. You know him well, you spend a lot of time in Dubai. That'll mean a lot to him.
Yeah, I'm delighted for him. We caught up with him earlier on this week, and I think he felt he had a strong team of slightly older horses for this, and certainly he said he had Dubai Future. He felt in a slightly better place here as well. Passion and Glory, he got a little bit warm before the start. He wears that cross noseband, he works in a hood. And I thought that Richard Kingscote did well to keep a lid on him and gave him an excellent ride as well. And yeah, Godolphin domination in the Middle East.
Shall we take a look at the race from the stalls? Because the most notable feature of this was, as we rather predicted beforehand, how little pace there was. And in the end, Mikel Barcelona on Magny Court, who many expected to win this race, decided to take the initiative. There he is, 5 off the fence in the white cap. Richard Kingscote, though, never too far away, and he settled Passion and Glory into a beautiful rhythm and rather had the run of the race.
Yeah, and you just noticed there, I thought Frankie was just never quite happy on Dilawar, was he? He was just sort of niggling away at him early. He came out of one and didn't get the best break, and from there you felt it was always going to be slightly tricky. I mean, visually it looked as though they weren't hanging around on the front end. I didn't really see the run that Ria Corvo did or didn't get. Obviously this is the first time I watched it back, but looking at where he's tried to come from there, Nick, he struggled to get an out, did he?
Yeah, if there was an unlucky horse in the race, it might have been him, but I didn't think he was finishing fast enough that you could really conclusively say that he was unfortunate. As you say, Dilawar was never really on an even keel. Monty was a long way in rear off a pedestrian pace under Shahad Mossi, and he was never going to get involved from there.
Yeah, I mean, he was a horse who I think you need to ride him like that. They took him down early to the start. Gerard Mosse only got his feet in the irons at the last possible moment. So from there, I think it was always going to be difficult. Royal Fleet, you know, I think is in a nice enough position here. Whether or not, just as the race developed, he couldn't quite give his running, I don't know. But there he is, just sort of about 6 back and 2 wide.
But look where Danny Tudhope is. He's in the all royal blue colours, the first colours of Godolphin with the cheek pieces. He's in the perfect position in a steadily or evenly run race. That catbird seat in third.
Yeah, a race where the pace has held up pretty well. I mean, he got a forward enough ride last time in this race last year, but they went too hard there ultimately, and it suited a closer like Lord Glitters. And as you mentioned, I heard it won't be lost on Danny Tudhope that he missed the winning race ride in this race last year. Well, he's made amends there.
And you can just see flying home right down the outside from an unpromising position. Monty has ended up really finishing off the race faster than any other. And if you had a meaningful interest in that horse today, you can count yourself a shade unfortunate.
Yeah, given where he's tried to come from. Magny Court, I guess, you know, ultimately he hasn't even quite matched the performance from last year, and the horse that finished well behind him, Dubai Future, has reversed that form pretty comfortably. But I'm really pleased with Saeed bin Surur because, you know, he's had a very good season. He's had some nice juveniles back in the UK. This horse has been a star for him really back in the UK, and he's translated that form well out here to Bahrain.
Yeah, Morge is very good juvenile back in the UK this year. Ali, your reflections on the day as a whole?
Delighted for Danny Tudhope. He missed out on Lord Glitters last year. He was injured. He would have ridden the horse. Jason Watson did a fantastic job in his absence, but wonderful to come here and sort of make some amends and set some redemption. So he rode a brilliant race there. And Saeed bin Surur, a fabulous trainer. He said the horse had improved. He needed to have improved from last year's performance. He won the Wolverton Stakes, and he said he couldn't choose between the two of his runners, and he was absolutely right. At one point, there was sort of Godolphin top 4, but yeah, delighted for Danny Tudhope, and yeah, after what happened last year, wonderful to see this year.
and important that a horse who'd already shown a really high level of form in Europe, in a mainstream European country, could come here and do this. The race was upgraded to international Group 3 status last year and has shown that it's more than worthy of that. And we roll on next time, Tom, bigger and better.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it will be. You know, were Alf Layla lining up, as was the plan earlier on this week before he suffered the season-ending injury, then it would have been an even deeper renewal of the race. We've seen it consistently improving and getting better and better, and I think that's going to translate into the turf season, or the turf series as well, with a whole host of international runners, more money on offer there as well. So really looking forward to that. We're not far away from the start.
There is no hanging around here in Bahrain. The races have come upon us thick and fast with 25-minute intervals. Everything's gone off to time. And now there's a swift exit to head back into Manama town.
Yeah, 25-minute intervals, it can be done. It rattles on, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And there you can see the name of Dubai Future that will forever have a presence here in Bahrain, as his name will be etched on that famous trophy that has been sitting behind us. It's been a great pleasure and privilege to have you with us here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. It's been, even by Bahrain standards, Ali, an unusually hot and sultry afternoon, but another very enjoyable one. And great after the last couple of years to see a full crowd in.
Yeah, absolutely, with no COVID restrictions this time. It was absolutely packed here. And each year, every time we come here, it really does grow in stature, Bahrain racing, as we look forward to the second ever Bahrain Turf Series, which kicks off in a few weeks' time. 10 races, £600,000 in prize money. And another reason, really, why Bahrain are trying to attract these international runners. And they've got a 20, maximum of 20 international horses coming over to be based here for the winter.
You'll be here?
I'll be here.
For the first leg of the series, and probably every week in between, I should think, topping up the tan.
Absolutely, yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting some Bahrain sun over the winter.
No need to worry about your suntan, but...
Listen, I've got to stay in the shade. I'm fair, so I've got to be careful. But I'll be here, looking forward to it.
And we've had more than our fair share of fascinating and really informative action here today at this great racecourse. We will be back to do it all again next time, wherever you are in the world, whichever one of the 165 nations that have had their eyes feast on Bahrain. You'll know now that Dubai Future is a horse to remember, and that'll be where he's bound next. Bye-bye.